So now we are going to look at the truth. The first thing we're going to do is he keeps, I wrote it in my notes, he keeps speaking on the point as if the Torah and the Pentateuch are one and the same. They are not one and the same. We're going to see why right now. The real Pentateuch, Donatus of Sidon, with a book as important as the Pentateuch, which is supposed to be the first, it's supposed to be a Greek translation of the Hebrew Torah, given the name of the Pentateuch because it is the 5 books. That's what they tell you when you look up Torah and when you look up Pentateuch. You look up Pentateuch, you look up Torah, you'll say this every book. Say Pentateuch. But they don't go with the Pentateuch. They just say it means the first 5. It means the first 5 books or the 5 books. That's what they say. But so they try to make Torah and Pentateuch synonymous. It's a lie. They are not synonymous. Why? Because a book as important as the Pentateuch would be the only book entitled to that name. I'll give you an example. There's only one Torah. There's not 3 or 4 or 5 different books named Torah. Actually, there's a whole bunch of them. We're not going to go into that. But technically speaking, there's only one book named Torah. Okay? There's only one book called Roots. Right? I'll tell you. If you say Roots, you know there's only one book by that name. If you name the book, the autobiography of Malcolm X, it's going to be 2 books with the same name if they are important texts. It doesn't work like that. It does not work like that. Not any, I'll give you another book. Like, sorry, give you a War and Peace. There's only one classic called War and Peace. There's not 2 books called War and Peace. Okay? The same thing with the Pentateuch. There are not 2 books in history known as the Pentateuch. There is only one. But the Hebrew Israelite agenda has appropriated the term Pentateuch for themselves. I'm going to prove it to you right now. This is the documentation. Donatus of Sidon. Look him up. Donatus of Sidon. He lived 75 CE of the Common Era. So this is after BC. Okay? The Pentateuch does not even go back into BC time when they claim the translation was made. It does not. Okay? The Septuagint does. Possibly. Not the Pentateuch. Here we go. 75, Donatus of Sidon, 75 CE, was a 1st century Hellenistic astrologer who wrote a didactic poem on horoscopic astrology. You gotta be kidding.
Yeah, that's just good. Don't worry about that.
75 CE. Donatus of Sidon lived 75 CE. He was a 1st century Hellenistic astrologer who wrote a didactic poem on horoscopic astrology known in Greek as what? The Pentateuch. 5 books. This is not the Torah that they're talking about. Stop spreading that Torah lie. This is the historical Pentateuch, written by Donatus of Sidon. That would be modern day Lebanon. Okay? Donatus of Sidon. Look him up. Go to Wikipedia and just type in Donatus of Sidon. Go to Project Hindsight and type in Donatus of Sidon. There's the spelling. I don't have to spell it for you. Okay? But Pentateuch, which was a textbook on what? Hellenistic astrology. And there's nothing about Hebrew, nothing about Judaism, nothing about Torah, nothing about Moses, nothing about Abraham. Stop telling that lie. Because there are not 2 books in history called the Pentateuch. But they want you to believe that. The Pentateuch, which was a textbook on Hellenistic astrology, has come down to us mainly from an Arabic translation dating from around 800 AD. See, these Hebrew Israelites didn't know that the Arabs kept the evidence because they were into raiding people's libraries. Okay? It says it right there. It comes down from an Arabic translation dating from about 800 AD. Carried out by Omar Tiraitis. They didn't give it a name. It's a translation of the Middle Persian translation from the original Greek, which makes sense because the Persians translated from the Greeks. They were known for doing it. Just like the Byzantine Romans were known for doing it. Everybody was translating the Greeks from the Greeks because Alexandria had fallen. So I mean, let's keep it real. This is history. All right? The text fragmentary at times is therefore not entirely reliable and is further corrupted by interpolations by the later Persian translators. So it was messed with. I'm not saying that this original Pentateuch was not messed with, but it existed. That is the point. Stop letting people lie to you and make you think the Pentateuch is the Torah. That's That's a lie. He just didn't do his research. Nevertheless, it remains one of our best sources for the practice of what? Hellenistic astrology. The Pentateuch was about Hellenistic astrology. And looking now, unless the Torah is about Hellenistic astrology, you're talking about something totally different. Maybe that's what the Torah is about. And they just don't know it. But that's a fact. So you can't erase that from history. And I'm not going to try to do what they do. They try to say, oh, they try to attach it to another text to make it disappear. But that's what I have to attach this to. There is no text. It stands by itself in history. He tried to attach to another text. It's the Torah. No, that's game. That's game. And I'll tell you something else. And in fact, I'm going to show it to you in my other power. I'm going to move to this fast so you can see some things. I hate dishonesty, and I'm here for my truth. That's the only obligation I have. Okay? Here we go. Nevertheless, it remains one of our best sources of the practice of Hellenistic astrology, and it was a work of great influence on later Christian, Persian, Arab, and medieval astrologers. The late 1st century, a time when Donatus is believed to have flourished, was a period of intense astrological development following 2 millennia of accumulated tradition. Very little is known about Donatus himself. Donatus most likely lived and worked in Alexandria in Egypt. So now what Zion Lex wants you to believe, let me show you how people insult your intelligence. What they want you to believe is that not only are there 2 books named the Pentateuch, but both of them came into being in Alexandria in Egypt. Really? Really? This ain't even History 101. You want me to believe both books called the Pentateuch came into existence in Alexandria? There were 2. Here's what they want you to believe. There are 2 books called the Pentateuch. One was translated from the Torah, and then this one. He didn't even know this one existed. But he's going to try to talk to you about the Pentateuch and tell you what it is. This is a historical fact. Okay? Not a religious belief or a story that comes from the letter of Aristaeus, which is where his story comes from. Okay? Very little is known about Donatus himself. Donatus most likely lived and worked in Alexandria in Egypt, which in addition to being the most important scholastic center in the Hellenistic world, you hear that? This is a book that came into being in the most important scholastic center in the world, in Africa and Egypt. It says nothing about a translation from a Hebrew text, some imaginary pre-existing Hebrew text. It's only in their minds. That's it. Okay? You don't have to fear falsehood. Okay? With main location. Okay, here we go. Now check this out. Oh! Check this out. Donatus most likely lived and worked in Alexandria in Egypt. Now I'm gonna show you why Zion Lex wants to claim the Pentateuch as being something coming from some kind of Mesopotamian work, which would be the Torah, right? It says right here, I want you to see this. In addition to being the most important scholastic center in the Hellenistic world, Alexandria was also the main location where the oldest Mesopotamian, look at this, with the oldest Mesopotamian, Greek, and Egyptian astrological techniques were synthesized together in order to create horoscopic astrology. According to Firmicus Maternus, Donatus was originally a native of the city of Sidon. That would be modern-day Lebanon. Okay? There you have it. That's why he wants to claim it. Why? Because this is what was going on in Alexandria in the 1st century and in the last century BCE and the 1st century CE. They were taking all of the knowledge from all over the world, they were putting it together, including Mesopotamian knowledge. But it says nothing. You can get this from Wikipedia, but you can go into any text and find it. Just Google Donatus of Sidon. Don't be a primary source.
Yeah, in my opinion, Shaka destroyed Zion Lex. I mean, listen, I watched this debate so much that I only watch Shaka's, presentation. I don't even listen to Zion. And there's no disrespect. It's just that, to me, it's like music to my ears. It's like listening to a Drake hit or whoever you like, whatever artist you like the most, their hit. Listening to Shaka utterly destroy Zion is like music, literally, to my ears. Like, I love listening to just Shaka's version, just him going in. I don't play Zion at all, even though Zion did a good job. You know what I mean? Like, he made it a worthy debate. But Shaka I just admire his recollection his information, the way he could rebuttal, the way he could listen to Zion and immediately respond and beat him up. It was just beautiful. But Asker, you funny. You are funny. You know what I mean? But you are my brother. So okay. There's no secret that I'm with Unc and the pseudo killers. And to be a pseudo killer or be with Unc, period, you are supposed to be pro science. You dig? We are science advocates. So when you become a science advocate, you have no choice but to honor and respect the Egyptians, the Chinese and their contributions, the Japanese, modern Japanese, or or I'll say classical Japanese. I'm talking about 19th century. My bad, maybe 15th century, or maybe in 14th century Japanese or Chinese. I might be mixing them up, but either way, but Japanese also has contributed to science. Of course, the European nation as a whole has probably influenced, most definitely influenced science the most. The Arabs has contributed to science. And then you have modern science. You got Africans right now into science, doing a hell of a job. So when you are a fan of science, when you advocate for science, you're going to pay respect to those who are the most influential, Haskell. And the Europeans, no doubt, has been the most influential to science. The science we have today. Like, they have put the most work in. That's a fact. So, but I was wrong when I first said, peace, Sheffrin.
What's up?
I was wrong when I first said Greeks have brought science. I was wrong with that. When I kept reading, the Greeks was just as pseudo as the Egyptians and as spooky as them. But the difference is, and not everybody played a role. Again, without the Egyptians in science, you won't have the Greeks, period. Without the Egyptians first introducing it, first playing around with it, there would be no Greeks. And Sheffrin, I also want to say this, and I want your feedback on this. As I'm reading and reading and reading about like these Greeks and how they try to, figure things out, the cosmos, when they were studying in Egypt, bro, they didn't come away with the religious practices of Egypt. They came away with the mathematics. You on mute, Sheffrin? Yeah.
No, yeah. Oh, yeah. Facts. They definitely. Well, could it be that we have a limited knowledge of, the Egyptian stuff? You know what I mean? I mean, because that's the way to look at it, right? If the language is dead, you feel me, and most of their stuff we get off of walls is religious, you feel me? How much of their scientific philosophy do we have other than a couple papyruses, right? From different periods, right? And different kingdoms, right? Where you'll have the Rhine mathematical papyrus, you'll have the one that Van Sertima put in his book about the anatomy, you feel me?
Yeah.
But they was over different dynasties. We never, how the Greek, we can look at them like in periods.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And we have names too for the Greeks. Like we actually
exactly.
Yeah.
So I think they get a benefit from that. You feel me? Yep. But you know what I mean? Like, and we get the Egyptian version, you know what I mean, is more religious, or like is the time period is not defined, the people are not defined. So, we don't know how deep their stuff went. But one thing about the Greeks, what's up, Haskell?
What's happening, boys?
One thing about the Greeks and them, right? When they came to Africa, they was able to get a clear look at the skies.
Yeah.
You feel me? So they had night sky, so like a lot of shit opened up to them just because of the geography. You know what I mean? They had limitations because of the overcast skies and you know what I mean, a lot of stuff north of the Mediterranean. When they came to, they could, you know what I mean? So a lot of this shit be geographical, you know what I mean? So they probably could have made those discoveries and stuff without Egypt. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the fact that they was able to, you know, get a clear sky, it really opened it up for them. You know what I mean? And the Egyptians or the Africans been privy to that for thousands of years. So of course they would be a little bit more advanced in certain areas because of geography alone. Yeah. You know what I mean?
What you think, Haskell?
Nah, he hit on a point when he started, man, as far as us not really knowing too much about the Egyptians. And I wasn't even really into this stuff until listening to like Amara Squad and Sonetta. You know, outside of the outside of like the more pop culture aspects of Egypt, like you'll see women especially get like these Nefertari tattoos and, you know, the silly stuff. But the more I look into it, is the more I realize, like, even the most reputed experts, they really don't know a bunch, you know. Because I brought up this point before the last time we was on here, Unbiased, that the consensus is that those pyramids, like Khufu's pyramid, was built using crude copper tools and like flint stone rocks.
Yeah.
Because those were the only tools in the fossil record. But if you're using just common sense, you just know you're not building that thing with some, you know, some copper chisels. It's not happening, you know? So it's a lot that they don't know.
Yeah, now it's definitely a wonder of the world, you know, as they say. Yeah, that's why, Bruce. I know you guys sometimes ponder this as well. Like how would have Egypt thrived without the Greeks, you know, and other people coming over it, you know, overthrowing them and taking them out? Like, how would the world be today, knowing how far advanced they were? You know, I always ponder that. Like, would they be the first to split an atom or, you know, do the things? Would they be able to? You know, white folks are trying to do nuclear fusion. They got nuclear fission, and which is nuclear fusion is clean energy. Nuclear fission is involves nuclear waste. And would the Egyptians, would they have figured out nuclear fission? You know, fusion. My bad, fusion, clean energy by this time or even earlier, sometime in the future? I always wonder those things, like what happened if they were never sacked?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the more I look at it, the more I feel like perhaps like um, the most technically advanced aspects of the culture might not have had anything to do with the dynastic Egyptians. Because when you look at like when you look at like the pottery and stuff, right? Or like the obelisks, right? All that granite and all that stuff was brought in from Aswan, right? Which is like hundreds of miles away. But if you look at the dynastic Egyptians, like their technology, it wasn't on the level of what we see as far as like you know what I'm saying? I feel, and I think somebody said that Herodotus said that he was told by the Egyptians when he got there that much of like the architecture and stuff that he saw, it wasn't them. You know what I'm saying? And to me, it makes sense, because when you look at like their tooling, it don't match up with. I mean, it don't match up.
Yeah. Right.
You know,
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah. So Haskell, what do you say about those who say the Egyptians weren't, you know, all black? It was a mixed multitude of just different people. It wasn't necessarily a bunch of black folks. What do you say to that?
Man, you know what? I'm not qualified to speak on that. Like, um, just to say like, they were black or they weren't black or whatever the case may be. I probably would say the way how I guess imagine it is the further back you go in antiquity is the blacker they get. That's how I would look at it. I think.
Yeah, because they say that there are some blacks who weren't, black. They were like, from what I've been hearing from people, they've been saying like my complexion or a little darker, but definitely not jet black. That they were saying.
Right.
I don't know any truth to that because I'm not like a true historian when it comes to that. But Rashu, I'm talking about. You say time period. I'm talking about what Haskell's talking about. I'm talking about ancient, like the most ancient it could possibly been. Was it just predominantly just dark skinned people there, or was it a mixed multitude of?
It was mixed.
Different but was it different complexions though? Was it mixed, just different dark?
It was mixed complexion, okay. And it was mixed race.
Okay.
You feel me? Because Asiatics been moving in North Africa 12,000 years. So before dynastic Egyptians, you had a back migration of Asiatics into North Africa. They always been there. Like, let's keep it real. You know what I mean? Like, the way North Africa look now, that's the way it looked, thousands of years ago. Those people been there. Like it's crazy to look at Africa and think that it was cut off from the rest of the world. It wasn't. You feel me? Like we look at it's like that. We look at the African continent and try to separate it from Eurasia. Like it wasn't a part of that world. North Africa always been a part of that world. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and those people could move back and forth freely. You feel me? If Africans can move into Asia, then Asiatics could move into Africa, back and forth. You dig what I'm saying? Like, why do we think this? Look at Egypt, right? Give me a second. Look at Egypt. Look at it geographically, right? Now, what's to the west of Egypt is Libya, right? We know what the Libya type looks like. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We know what the Libyan pharaohs and them look like. They left statues. You dig what I'm saying? We know what modern day Libyans look like. What's to the north of Egypt?
What's
the Mediterranean,
that?
Italy.
The Mediterranean, yeah. Europe.
You dig what I'm saying? What's to the east of them? The Levant. You dig what I'm saying? What's to the south of them? Nubia. So it's more different types than Africans were surrounded them. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like if you look at it that way, so it had to be a confluence of different people. You dig what I'm saying? It had to be. That it wasn't no boundaries. You feel me? Like we looking at it now, like we think the Red Sea and that stops people from. No, that don't even make sense. Like
the Red Sea little as hell, bro.
Yeah, people can move back and forth. Like I don't get that. It don't make sense. If Africans moved into the Levant, right, and then there's a back migration, right, into then we have to know that the people was a mixed multitude. You feel me? And we know that because if you ever go to a museum, when they separate Nubia from Egypt, right? Now, Black scholars call it one thing. They say it was Nile Valley civilization, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I kind of agree with that. You feel me? Because these people ain't had these imaginary boundaries that we have nowadays. The people to the south more than likely was darker. You feel me? And the people more to the north, to the Mediterranean and closer to the Levant was probably lighter. That ain't even hard to figure out. You feel me? Like we tripping trying to act like these people couldn't have been a mixture of different types. Now, the different time periods or what people was on top. Now we could discuss that, like what ethnic groups dominated at certain periods.
Yeah,
that's more of a discussion. You feel me?
Yeah, but do you think we'll be honest with that? Because we all watched the news when they sculpted. What was it? So what type of Egyptian that they sculpted? And it was like a fair skinned, looked like a Arab, modern Arab, light Arab or Caucasian type of Egyptian that they sculpted.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I don't know if they even said what time period. They probably did, but could that have been possible of an Egyptian looking like that?
Yes, nigga, that thing looked like you with a low Caesar. The nigga looked just like you with a low Caesar. I seen that re-rendering. You feel me?
Yeah.
I seen that shit.
You might be a pharaoh.
Oh yeah, baby! I'm about to go to Jabari.
That nigga looked like you with a low cut Caesar, straight up. You know what I mean? Like, yo, look, when I go to certain places, right? They don't even consider me black.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yep.
I guarantee you, if you go to South America, yo, they'll have a different racial classification for you. But here in America, you call yourself black.
Right.
So if the Egyptians look like me and you feel me, nowadays we would consider them as black.
Right.
So what are we really saying? I think those scientists are really splitting hairs there. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, you wouldn't be considered a sub-Saharan African, but nigga, you gonna say you black all day. You feel me? You was part of the Nation of Islam and the Hebrew Israelites. You're original black man.
See, but that's the thing that confuses me and the rest of the world is how, like, what do we call black? For one, we all seen Hispanics that's blacker than me, that's darker than me, Hispanics. We all seen Indians who are darker than me. And you know where I'm going. But we wouldn't consider them black. But
Hispanics, I do.
But okay, now
no, certain some of them. It depends who you're talking about.
I would say, hey Shepard, I would say when it comes to that, some Hispanics, the reason why you call them black is because they are. But what about the ones who look like Oscar De La Hoya? Like, I don't.
Oh no, he's not black. He Native American. That's a Native American.
Right.
You feel me?
I don't, bro. I call him straight white.
So you telling me Mexicans are not Native Americans?
Nah, I'm talking.
No, Chef. He's saying he a straight up white boy. So then, Chef, what you would call like somebody that look like Brad Pitt then?
Look like who?
Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
He white. Brad Pitt white.
Yeah, I'm saying if Oscar De La Hoya is a straight up white boy, then what is Brad Pitt?
Now, hey Shepard, look, I'm saying this. I'm saying, didn't the Spaniards rape some Indians?
Native American.
The natives, yeah.
Right.
And they created the Mexican, the mestizo. They call mestizos.
And some of them has, been, looking straight hair. It takes more to, they look more like them, more than us, right? Than black folks. So like you got some like I
think Oscar De La Hoya looks Mexican, yo.
Yeah, now if you were to say Canelo.
Yeah, now Canelo.
Wait. Now I'm talking about Oscar. Oscar don't have any black, thin lips, pointy nose, stringy hair, square body. He got the making of a white boy.
He got the making of a goddamn Mexican.
Nah,
right.
But I see Mexicans that are dark too, that look more like us, thick lips.
Yeah, but
they got less of an admixture of European in them.
Hold on, I'm biased.
That's what I'm saying though. I'm saying like the one. Go ahead, Haskell.
In racial taxonomy, right? We all know it's a construct, right? But in racial taxonomy, Mongol, or what we would call the native Indian type, right? What they call Mongol is its own distinct race. It's not just black and white.
Yeah, right.
Right. So somebody like Oscar De La Hoya, like Chef said, he would fall in that native Mongol Mexican category. He's neither black nor white.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
When I try to get a working definition of black, I think we all know what it is, but it's one of those things you can't really define like that. To me, it's a.
We don't know what it is. That's why.
To me, it's a set of physical characteristics, right? Namely, hair, right? Hair texture.
Yeah. So phenotype.
Right. It's phenotype. That's what racial groupings are. It's phenotype. So it's coarse or woolly hair, broadish to broad or flat nose, big lips, and black skin. Now, those four things could come in varying degrees. So, like, a dude could be black as Yaphet Kotto, but he got a real straight nose. We'll consider him black, or you know what I'm saying. So it's different variations of those four phenotypical traits.
Except for the record, I think Canelo looked more black than Oscar.
We need to stop talking. At this point.
I do.
Yo, take black out of this. Take black out of it. It's other races besides black. Right. The Mexicans and them, take black out of it, yo. That's Native American and European mix.
Right. Okay, well, look, let me go ahead.
Stop putting black in that. When you're talking about black, I'm thinking about us.
Yeah, well, that's the black allergy in me. Because in the Nation of Islam, they call everybody black who's not white.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid, yo. You smarter than that.
I'm saying, but you got to understand, like certain things just come out. Like you got to check it. It just comes out.
Right.
Because you believe that for so long that you just can't erase your memory.
Right. It's a part of your the how you talk. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So now, Chef Haskell, let me ask you what I asked Chefrin. So right now you got a whole bunch of Egyptologists, black Egyptologists that's like spiritual. And in my opinion, they got it wrong. From reading the Greeks and how they took advantage of Egypt, they were not trying to be spiritual. They didn't care about that. They was more concerned with the mathematics. Like they were all mathematicians. Now I ain't saying all Greeks. I'm saying the ones who studied Egypt. They didn't come away with the spiritual system. They came away with the mathematics.
Right.
So what do you say to that?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, for me, I think you could do both.
I don't mind the spirituality at all. I'm saying this, Haskell. I'm saying what we're not doing both. I'm saying the Egyptians were high in. I'm sorry. The Greeks who studied after the Egyptians were high in mathematics. Their math was to the fucking top. I'm saying our math is not like that. And nobody I know who's practicing spirituality in Egypt is math like that. Jabari, none of them dudes.
Well, let me ask you this then, unbiased. Let me ask you this. Now, if you go away to college, say you go to France to get educated, right?
Yeah.
You go to France to go to school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you get there, you going there for a particular reason. To study something that they good at. You know what I mean? You're not going there for their religion.
Right.
You already got your religion. It would be crazy for you to, you know what I mean, come back and start writing about French religion when you went there to learn about architecture. You know what I mean?
But Chef, what I'm saying is this.
If a Greek went there, look, if a Greek went there for education, he not going there to study the religion. He going there, you feel me? Like
Chef, look, I'm saying that because of this. I'm pretty sure the Greeks looked at the religion also. They're trying to take what's beneficial and could build their society,
Exactly.
They realized that the religion was worthless. They realized certain things like the goods, of course, the land and certain ideas of how they sculpted the pyramid, certain ideas they took with them, right? And I'm saying like they took the beneficial things and they left the things that didn't benefit them. And the religion part didn't benefit them at all. That's why they stuck with their Greek mythology and they dropped the Egyptian mythology. I'm saying, why don't we do the same thing? If we're going to go back to Egypt, there's nothing wrong with us being, like Hassel says, nothing wrong with us adopting the mythology also. I don't care about that. As long as you're taking the math with you, I'm good with you. You know what I mean? Like I could work with you, but we're not doing that. We're looking back 3,000, 5,000 years, and we're taking the mythology only. We're not, and I talked to Unc about this. Those who claim that they are Egyptians or got some type of relation to Egyptians, why not pay homage since they're part of your lineage, you claim, and be as good as they were in math today? It's not that hard. Like we have more. Like math is it's accessible. It's not hard to be a mathematician nowadays.
Right.
To me, just being lazy, man. Like you claim to be Egyptian, then why not be like black? Let's say we are Egyptians. Let's say we are Egyptians. Cause I heard Ned say some crazy stuff. Let's say we are Egyptians. Then,
they coming out the woodworks now, yo.
But shouldn't we be known, if nothing else, as being mathematicians? That's the very least. That's the very least. And it's no white supremacy stopping us. Now, white supremacy can stop us from getting a loan. It can stop us from getting like certain housing and certain, set aside, but it cannot stop you from being a mathematician. So there's no excuse.
Right, but that stuff is a lot more intensive than putting on, certain clothing or adorning.
That's the easy part. That's the Hebrew.
Right. Because I can get up right now and just do that tomorrow. Far as like knowing pre-cal 2 or calculus, or excuse me, pre-cal or calculus or something, that's something that's intensive. Especially if you're at a, later age, and it doesn't have any real practical,
right at all, and it's very primitive. Like we're taking the things that can't benefit us at all. We're looking back, like Unc said, we are in the Stone Age, and everybody else is in the Space Age.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Defeat somebody. We're gonna defeat somebody with our Stone Age knowledge. Hey Zane, I read that, Zane. You funny as hell. But I actually agree with you, Zane, as far as the Chinese people.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Yeah. From the Roman period and the Greco-Roman period, right? So you see like the Egyptian mummies, there's enough organic material there preserved to where these geneticists can get like really good sequenced genomic profiles from them.
Yeah.
Are you guys aware of any such remains for Greco-Romans? Because that mummification process, the particular chemicals or whatever it is that they use. I mean, they said they would find, they still have like live cells in some of these mummies. So
really,
right? Is there anything like that as far as Greco-Romans are concerned? Are there preserved bodies of Greco-Romans that they?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Like, is there a Socrates like, tomb or something?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah, that's why when you say like, the Greeks started science, and it just sounds crazy.
No, I recanted that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Now, the reason why I say that sounds crazy because, when it comes to the Nile Valley, cats, you got so much tangible evidence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we can see their science.
Yeah.
Right.
We can see it.
I recanted that. What I understood when I kept reading, what I understood was everybody contributed to science.
Right.
Hey, Haskell, but you made a good point, right? I was eating when you was saying this. That you when you look at Egyptian culture when it came on the scene, and you look at their tools, it don't match up. or what they say their tools was, it don't match up. For instance, Egypt started in the Bronze Age, right?
Right.
Meaning they was using bronze tools. You know, it was the Stone Age, then the Bronze Age, then the Iron Age, right? Now, the granite and stuff that you cut, that a lot of the stuff was you couldn't even cut that stuff with bronze.
Right. Yeah, right. Like the
certain materials, right. Certain materials, bronze can't even cut. But they was cutting these stones with precision. You feel me?
Exactly.
Like, so obviously they were past when everybody else was in the Bronze Age, obviously they wasn't in the Bronze Age.
Exactly.
It wasn't the Bronze Age to them. It was the Bronze Age for everybody else. You feel me? You know what I mean? But it had, like, the granite that some of the sarcophagus and stuff was cut out of, they like, yo, there's no way to cut that with bronze. You feel me?
Impossible.
It's impossible. They tried it. You feel me? They even tried to cut some of the stones, right? They tried to build the pyramid, I think it was the Japanese, right? They got the Japanese back in the 80s, right? To see if they could duplicate, you know what I mean, how they said the Egyptians built the pyramids using the same tools and stuff that they said the Egyptians was using at that time. And the Japanese failed. The Japanese came back and said it's impossible to, you know, move those type of stones, you feel me, that size weight stones with these primitive things that y'all said they was using. You feel me? So, what do we say about that, unbiased? Like,
yeah, that's Haskell. What do you say?
Man, I say it's insulting to any intelligent person what is held as scholastic consensus, because that is the consensus right now.
mm-hmm.
You know, even you were doing a presentation, I think 2 nights ago, Unbiased, where you were talking about like the medical stuff out of Egypt, and you know they translated the Ebers Papyrus, right?
Yeah.
And I was reading some of the translations. One of the translations had like some sort of formula for the food or medicine they would give to the Hebrew slaves. Like supposedly that's that's a literal translation, but all us on the panel know it wasn't no fucking Hebrew slaves pulling them big ass rocks with no ropes and like, come on, like you know what I'm saying? So a lot of this shit is bullshit, man. It really is, dog. When you apply any critical thinking to it, you like, it's no fucking way. This wasn't no Pharaoh let my people go and you had 1,000 Hebrews with some ropes and they pulling.
Yeah, I'm not buying into no Hebrew.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not doing that with the Hebrew thing. That's a straight false story. You know, there's no goody in that at all.
I think the method that they use would be simple and primitive to us now.
Yeah, to us now, but it was high, who said that in the chat? Somebody in the chat said it was contrary thinking, but at that time it was like high science.
It was high science. Like I think we just got it wrong. Like, even if they was using water, right? They was using water barges and like water and sand to like move the rocks across like easy. Right. You know what I mean? Whatever level they mastered that shit. Yeah. You feel me? If it was water and sand that they used to move they was at the highest level that you could do that at. You feel me? It wasn't no third grade shit.
There was no better way to do that at that time.
I can't see it, bro. I can't see it, bro. I just can't see it. The water and sand, I can't see it. Like bro, you know, like the heaviest blocks is on the top of that bitch, right?
I know, but
how the fuck?
The water though, look, they showed how it was an obelisk, right? That they showed how they used to stand them up. They used to cut them on the ground.
For the substance, yeah.
Yeah, and then they would use water, you feel me, to counterweight it, the rectum. Yo, I'm saying that shit was smart as shit. Like, hey, unbiased, if you could show them the way that the dude got the size of the earth.
Oh, Eratosthenes? Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, the shit is primitive, but it's fucking genius.
Yeah. Yo, the dude used a
He did it with a stick and a rope.
Yeah.
A stick and a rope, and he calculated the size of the earth. That's what I'm saying. Math, right? And the shit that we look is so fundamentally sound. You dig what I'm saying? That is the building blocks of everything that we see around us today.
Right.
It's so fundamentally sound that it's the building blocks of these computers and the math that goes into
everything falls in place because of that.
Yeah. Once you got that math down pat, like I'm by you saying, you feel me? Like, yo, the shit can look primitive, but that math is so accurate, yo. You can do, yo, the nigga had a stick and a rope and he calculated the size of the fucking earth, yo.
Yeah, when I go into my presentation, you're gonna see, when I go into my presentation, you're gonna see how serious the Greeks took math. And it's gonna put shame on all of us who don't have that passion. And so Haskell, so I do admire like Europeans' desire. Like even when Asar talks about Greenberg, you know, Greenberg, this dude cried in middle school because his dad wouldn't let him go
Latin.
to take language. This dude wanted to study Hebrew at 12, 13 years old, man.
They tried to take him to school, ain't accept them.
Yeah, the dude was crying because he couldn't learn another language. We take life for granted. So I admire the burning desire of these Europeans. Now, I don't know about everybody else, you dig? I'm pretty sure y'all probably could research, give me somebody, you know, probably Black, African, or Chinese, but I'm just saying from what I'm reading, like I admire the burning desire at Einstein, 25 years old, 25, with these thoughts that none of us can fathom. You know, a straight genius at 25. So like, I admire these burning, like they would not wither away from their goal. Like they wanted to be something and that was it.
Hey, bro, look. Put it like this, bro. Like any one of us could say whatever we want about the Crocker, right? What we can't deny is that he in front right now.
Well, hell yeah.
That's just bottom line facts, right?
And he worked to get there.
Yeah. It was
right, because he was hungry. You feel me?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That hunger do that to you, and you know he passes up. You know, and if the Africans at that time were that technologically advanced,
right,
you know, there should have been a lot more development into warfare, military capability, you know, because yeah, they could say whatever they want about the Cracker, dog. They up right now.
Right, and so
they up on that scoreboard like a motherfucker.
So Asker, that's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to remind us, like, yo, because again, I'm glad I took the path I took, because I can tell you from a first hand or bird's eye view of an analogist. I was in the Black ologist groups. We believe white folks ain't do anything. They're worthless. They're walking off fours. They're unhuman. You dig? No melanin. Like I believe that. So now when I'm actually reading their history and I'm seeing how bright they were and how much they contributed to where we at today, I'm like, damn, we so far behind. You know what I mean? So it's like a reality check to me. Like, yo, we are far behind. Yo, we in the Stone Age. And yo, we are, and we talking about war? Man, stop, bro. There ain't no damn war. There's no fight. Like they're so ahead of us. There's no fight.
Hey, you like Andre said on ATLs, man, niggas talking about gas, nigga, they made them gas. They got some shit that'll blow out our back from where they stay at.
Man, these dudes over here, these dudes got a hadron. Again, when we look into more science, we will respect white folks today. I'm talking about modern science, 2020. We will know how far we are behind and how much we got to do. They are crashing. They built a Hadron Collider, right? A hadron particle collider. My bad. A hadron particle collider. I'm drinking too, by the way. She's a red cup over here. You dig? So they built a hadron particle collider where they're clashing matter at the speed of light to see what happens. This is how they built. This is how they split the atom bomb and started nuclear fission. Like they are so, man. Don't talk about no damn Japanese. White folks are light years ahead of the world, man. Light years. Ain't nobody right now. Ain't nobody touching them. But we are in their country. We have access to everything that they are learning. So we supposed to be in the fields. We supposed to be educated like the same way they went to Egypt and got educated. Well, we got to do the same thing in reverse. Go to the institutions and become highly educated, man.
Facts.
With it.
Facts. Yeah, man, you definitely on it.
So what y'all thought about Netanyahu? Did you see Netanyahu thing, Chef?
Yeah, I watched the thing, and my personal opinion is black algae, man.
What you think, Chef?
I ain't even see it. I seen the end of it.
Okay.
I think when I came in, he was no, I seen it, and I ain't take nothing away from it.
It's
right.
Straight black algae. It's straight black. Hey, my man talking about challenging academia, bro. Once you start saying that dumb talk, challenging the best of the world, like that's the making of a pseudo.
But unbiased, you know that the DNA profiles you was putting up, that's from journals.
Look,
from
pretty sure. Look. The same way, look, check this out. Sinetta told Netanyahu. Sinetta said, yeah, so we got to stop banging on our elders and add on, right? That was the advice. I'm saying Netanyahu, take Sinetta advice in academia. Don't bang on academia, just add on.
Mm-hmm.
So that works both ways.
Yeah, I think we're trying to. That is all about Egypt, yo. We can't get away from that shit. Like, yo, we are infected, yo.
Yo, we gotta come back to that, man. We gotta master STEM, and then come back to Egypt. This history stuff is nothing for us. Right. Let's master STEM first, and then go back and correct Egypt or history. And that's
right. I mean, correcting it is. That's the part I don't understand. Like, we had like West Africans, right? People in Nigeria are not trying to prove that the Egyptians was black.
Word at all.
They could care less. Like, if whatever white people say the Egyptians was, the people in Nigeria are fine with that.
Right.
They're not arguing that. Like, because they know, yo, that's not us. So wherever they was, you feel me? Whether they was white, black, Chinese, it wasn't us. It wasn't Nigerians.
Exactly.
So it doesn't do us no service. You feel me? Like, yep. But because our let's look at what actually happened, right? In the early 1900s, white writers started to write that Egypt possibly was black.
Okay.
A couple black scholars or readers, I'll say at the time, got wind of what some white people were saying about Egypt. You know what I mean? Being a Negro race. You feel me?
Right.
And from there, they ran with it. You dig what I'm saying? Like, if you read Ruins of Empires by Count Volney, right? He talks about it, that the Egyptians was a Negro race. Count Volney was French, I think. I think he wrote in the early 1800s, right? And he wrote a book called The Ruins of Empires, where he surveyed all these old civilizations, right? And when he got to Egypt, you know what I mean, he said, you know, basically here in the beginning of time, something like that, you know, when human beings were basically in the Stone Age, a race of Negroes founded, you know, one of the greatest civilizations, boom, boom, boom. So black people took those sayings like that and ran with it. You feel me? Then the Harlem History Club. You feel me? Even W.E.B. Du Bois, right? He referenced it in The Souls of Black Folks. You feel me? That's a great book though. Y'all should read it. You know what I mean? So you read it?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Well, even in the beginning of that, right? When he's talking about the different accomplishments of races, he mentions that the Negroes, the Egyptians, was Negroes. You dig what I'm saying? And like basically, academia is trying to take Egypt out of Africa. You know what I mean? Then when you get to when you get to John Henry Clark and them, you feel me? They go into it. You know what I mean? Sheikh Anta Diop and them picks it up. You know what I mean? In the 50s and all the way to the 70s. You know what I mean? They bombard us with it. You feel me? You know, trying to reclaim, because I guess it wasn't too much archaeology being done in the rest of Africa, right? So the fact that white people was so crazy over Egypt, you feel me?
Yeah.
Black people like, yo, but that's in Africa. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like, yo, so I get where they was going with it.
Yeah.
But I think they overstepped.
Oh yeah, they overdid it.
They overdid it. You feel me? Like a pearly African civilization. Let's talk about a pearly African civilization. And then we can see what we did on our own. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Without other people. You know what I mean? So that's when you have to go into inner West Africa. You know what I mean? Where we was by ourselves, where it was just us. It wasn't a confluence of different people, you know what I mean, adding on to the civilization, the technology. You dig what I'm saying? When you go to Ghana and places like that, they were strictly Black. You know what I mean? Why we don't talk about that? Right. Because white people don't care nothing about it. So we only care about what white people care about.
Exactly.
I mean, we got a sickness. Yep. Since white people like Egypt, we gotta be Egyptian. That shit nuts, yo. You feel me?
That's real talk though, because if it wasn't for Egyptology, we wouldn't give a fuck about no Egypt.
We wouldn't. People in Africa, the Black Africans are not thinking about Egypt. Like they got their own culture and civilization. You feel me? Like, why would they care? Like, I don't give a fuck.
Hey, but you know, I get what Unbiased saying, man. We have the order of operations incorrect.
Backwards, right?
We're trying to use history, or use ancient history, to accrue power, right? So we're trying to correct history so we can accrue power. Right. When you have to accrue power to correct history.
Exactly.
Facts.
Exactly. Like,
that was a bar.
You guys always heard. I forgot the correct analogy where they talking about I'm gonna paraphrase. Where they say the winner always tells the history. Like, so if there's a lion, if there's a lion versus a gazelle, when the lion's gonna be able to tell the history of gazelles because the lion is more dominant. The gazelle will never tell the real history or their side of history because the lion is ruling. So, Haskell, I agree.
That was a bar. Haskell, say that again.
Yeah, go ahead, Haskell.
Yeah, we trying to use history to accrue power, but we should be using power. You know, we should be accruing power to change history. You know what I'm saying? And
that's a bar.
But I know why we do it though, is because right now, bro, it's like, no, we down by 40 on the scoreboard. You feel me? In our lifetime, we not catching up. So in the meantime, you need something you need like a painkiller, right? Because look, I'm looking at this thing with this Gayle King thing, right? Everybody going crazy, right? And you know, the one cracker, she had got on the news talking about Los Angeles niggas and this other white lady, this principal, she got fired because she wrote on Twitter that that was karma for him being a rapist.
Yep.
You know, it made me sit back and I'm like, damn, here's this lady. She's an educator. She's a principal, right? She's so, or what I was going to say is, all these people feel so comfortable saying anything about a brother that just died.
That's crazy.
With his daughter.
We not in no position to put no, to make him suffer no consequence.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So what it boiled down to is just we just have to do a bunch of complaining. Like, damn, how she saying that about Kobe? And you know, but damn, can we stop her bread?
Yeah, she got fired, didn't she?
Yeah, she got fired, but you know,
she paid the ultimate price for that dumbass statement.
Nah, she going come on now. You know they always fall on their feet. What I'm saying is, bro, as a people, right? We don't have no power like that to, all right, like for instance.
We can't punish them motherfuckers. I get it.
Somebody, like look at these rappers, dog. Let one of them break bad and say something about a Jew on a record of.
Oh my God.
You over with your career. You know what I'm saying? You can't eat.
Done.
Right. And us as a people, whether we recognize it on a conscious level, we know right now the position we in, we don't have no power, dog.
Haskell. Please let me say that.
Can I cut in after you?
Amber, what's happening?
Please.
What's up?
Amber got to what you on by.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Amber.
I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say I'll be real fast. Hey, Haskell, I'm with you, bro, and that's why I say if we're gonna go to sports or entertainment, let's do the things that where nobody can choose you. Like for example, if you want to be a golf player, nobody can choose you. You either qualify to make it or you're not. Tennis, same thing. You qualify to make it. Boxing, you qualify to make it. Nobody can choose you. When it comes to like act, you know, like let's say like as far as actors, people gotta choose you to want to be in a movie. So there's no qualification. So discrimination is high. Sports, basketball, football, baseball, there are no qualifications to that. They can choose just who they want to fit the system. You can be great and never make it because like they can actually just not choose you. So I always propagate the sport. If you're gonna go into entertainment and sports, try to do it where you can qualify.
You in control.
Exactly. Where now, if you qualify,
Boxing, yeah, like
you get
boxing.
denied. It's clear that it was race based or some type of agenda. Yeah, Amber. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, y'all have touched so many things since I initially called in. I don't want to be all over the place, so let me just deal with what y'all.
Get on his ass about that Netanyahu shit, Amber.
What about Malcolm X?
Straight black allergy.
Well, with the Netanyahu, okay, so I'm not really sure what y'all listen to and what I listen to. But I didn't hear him banging on academia or none of that. All I heard him say pretty much in summation was that there is no definitive haplogroup for West Africa or East Africa for that matter. That was just pretty much the gist of it. He was just saying that the E1B1A, it really comes from sub-Saharan Africa, and it's not exclusive to that area. It's not exclusive to West Africa, and it's actually found in mummies in East Africa as well. That's what I gathered from it. Now, if I miss something, then y'all can fill me in. But
go ahead, Amber. I thought you was done. Go ahead.
Oh, well, you can go ahead and address that really quick.
Yeah, so now I don't have a problem with that. But he did talk about journals, right? Publishing stuff. And he did literally say bang on academia. That was his words. He said
what he was saying was if you have an issue with what I'm presenting, because this is from scholarly journals and articles. If you have an issue, then don't bang on YouTube, bang in academia.
That part I agree with, and that's why, when it comes to like Asar or whoever else like that, I want them to publish. So I agree with him, with Ned with that.
I don't want them to publish that shit.
You don't want him to publish what?
I want Bujabu to publish his disagreement, because we talk about sources. We talk about source up or shut up. Then when we source up from experts in the field, they tell us they don't know what they're talking about, as though they are the experts. It's like, no, bro, they are the experts. You're not.
Right.
All right.
I don't even want them to get ran over like that.
But to be perfectly honest, everybody does that. Everybody has their experts that they, defer to. And if you ain't saying what my expert's saying, then you.
Amber, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when it comes to certain things. Okay, let's say, all right, let's step away from Egypt, and let's just say vaccinations. Right, there are experts in the field, and that's it.
Right.
The CDC, the WHO, they are the medical journal. They are the experts.
But unbiased. Yeah. You have to be careful, because you're in a sense, if you're saying these experts are, infallible, irreproachable, you're making deities of them if you're not careful.
No. Let me say this. I think the way you have to look at it is, they have the body of knowledge, right? Their scholarship is what makes a person an expert. Right. You feel me? The only way Asar and them can get to the left, they gotta study these dudes. They gotta study with that what you call it, that whatever body of work that get you to that level, it comes out of academia. So now they taking that and trying to challenge academia with their own shit.
Right.
So I'm the expert in this, right? I've been through the proper channels to become an expert. You have it. You feel me? And now you trying to challenge what's already accepted. Right. The only way you can do that is within our shit. That's what Ned was saying.
So I agree with Ned.
I agree with that.
100%. I agree with Ned.
So what I'm saying is, Asar and them gotta jump in that arena. Yeah. They gotta go through that gauntlet. Yep. You just can't say the academia is wrong. You dig what I'm saying? And then write a book for our community who don't know shit about what you talking about. You feel me? Don't tell them they wrong.
Yeah, so I agree with Ned the whole way when he said it.
Like, don't tell us they wrong. You don't tell them they wrong.
Isn't Asar's stuff submitted for peer review?
No, I don't know anything that's submitted for peer review. Nah, and Ned, and that's why Ned told Sarnetta, stop telling him about Asar, who else agreed with him. He said, give him a professor, give him somebody who's already established that who agrees with him. So I agree with Ned 100%.
Right, but again, guys, you have to be careful, because when you start talking about academia and you start talking about these guilds, right? ILDS guilds, right? Right. It's just like anything else that human beings create. Any institution that human beings create, with successive generations comes, like an elitism, and that's among all people. So sometimes when you say, okay, you have to show yourself approved by this academic elite, it stymies growth and learning, because
I think it'll push it forward.
Huh?
I think it'll push it forward.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you're
steel sharpen steel, yo. They not gonna get no better over here ripping that shit off to us. We don't understand that.
Look how they did Galileo.
Go to the white boys, right? go
I'm
to those
biased.
white boys and say Negro
Look how they did-
Egyptian
Look how they
and let
did
them tear it
Galileo.
apart.
Look how they did Galileo in his time. You know what I'm saying? When he was coming with, was he the one who first said the Earth was round, supposedly?
That was Eratosthenes, but Galileo did his thing too, though.
What
Yeah,
did
but
he,
it wasn't the scientific community that did that to him. It was the religious community.
Yeah, that's a great point, Sheffrin.
That was the religious community that was against him, not other people who were studying physics.
The popes and stuff. Yep, great point.
Yeah, that was the religious community.
Great
You
point.
feel me? Like other people, other learned people could read your shit and say, yo, and they could test it. You feel me? They could test
And then they
it.
bowed down later anyway, Sheffrin.
Yeah.
Catholicism bowed down to Galileo's information anyway.
Exactly. So what Ned and Ned and all of them need to do, they need to throw that shit at them white boys that's the experts. That's how you can see your shit. Look, yeah, he is. But I'm saying, once those white boys tear your shit down, if your shit can't stand up to, if your shit that tight, it's gonna stand up.
Yeah, it's gonna stand up.
If you can't tear it down, then you're right. But
right? Yeah, but you know what?
Jump out there. If I'm saying I'm the best boxer, then I need to jump out there.
Right, and fight somebody.
Fight somebody.
You know what? When them white boys write, when them white boys write like they dissertation or whatever, refuting whatever it is that you put out, it's incumbent upon us, you know, as an audience, if you will, to read what that refutation is and read it carefully, because oftentimes or sometimes in academia, those who are entrenched in their positions will say, that's foolishness, but they won't actually, you know, point by point.
Yeah, and
Haskell,
you are exactly right, because like nobody, when something is established, right? Nobody wants to like
go through all of that again. The earth is round. Ain't no look, the earth is round. It's niggas out here talking about the earth is flat. There's nobody in academia trying to go back and look, that shit been over. Y'all niggas can debate that on YouTube. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah. But in academia, we not going back through that. That's third grade shit. You feel me?
Hold on. Chef, you know, as physicists, like college professors who are physicists who actually will take their time and go on YouTube and refute that stuff point by point. I don't know.
Yeah, that's just for shits and giggles.
I'm aware of that.
But what I'm saying is, all right, like,
but that's for shits and giggles, though, right?
Hold on. It's still as edifying though, whether or not it's, you know what I'm saying? All right, so for example, like gravity, right? 9.8 meters per second or whatever it is. Everything falls at that rate or whatever. And the guy who's a physicist, he was going point by point through these flat earthers arguments and showing them like, look, for your flat earth model to work, how do the seasons occur, right? The fact that the earth is round perfectly explains why there's a night and day, because when one side of the earth is more exposed to the sun, it's daytime as it rotates. You know what I'm saying? So they point by point. And even if you yourself are not an expert, if you have good common sense, you can see like, okay, these guys are ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
But Tyson of the Grassy explained that right there. Now, you guys got to go to my group, probably join it if you need to. Unbiased Research on Facebook. So this video right here, or just go to this video yourself. Right here, Tyson of the Grassy explained why he does not debate. First of all, he's above everybody. That's point one.
Facts.
And point two, he said it's not about information, because Asar is not Dr. Ali. I'm sorry, he's not Ali Muhammad.
You call him Doctor.
Ali Muhammad is more entertain. You know, he can entertain you. He can use certain words. He can like make facial expressions, raise his voice. Asar is just straightforward. So now Asar might have that information you need though. it appeared that Ali Muhammad is winning because
Right.
of the theatrics, whatever. And Tyson Neil deGrasse was talking about that in this video right here. He was saying that's why he does not debate, because it's not about information. It's about who is more charismatic, who is more, the
best conformer.
You could use certain words, use certain words, that polite stuff. So that's why he said that he doesn't entertain these flat earth debates or anything else. But he said that they are gruesomely wrong in their math. He said, they just, like, in nice words, he was saying they are illiterates. And he was trying to say it in a nice way, that they are illiterates. They just know how to talk to people, that Brooklyn Magic.
Mm-hmm.
So
I did want to touch on my other point though.
Go for it.
So as far as the whole we don't have power as Black people, like, I personally feel like it's a myth. I feel like it's a myth that we should really quit perpetuating, because we are the 15th largest nation according to buying power. Like, we have power. Money is power. We just do not know how to filter it and focus it in a way that makes it work for us. We're all over the place. This whole trying to figure out where we come from and who practiced what and when they practiced it, it reminds me of backbidding, when you playing bid with a spade and you fuck up the hand and you want to and try to think about what you should have did, could have did, would have did if you'd have just played a different card, how you wouldn't have reneged. But the reality is, fuck it, you reneged. And no matter how many times you backbid, you go on to fuck up another hand. So the reality is, at what point are we gonna quit backbidding? This is why we're so far behind. Because while they're moving ahead, we're looking backwards, trying to figure out what happened 10, 20,000, 5,000 years ago. Like, at some point we have to move forward. And I really feel like it's a distraction because we don't know how to move forward. So we make the excuse that we got to look backward in order to move forward, because really we stuck and we don't know what to do. It's an excuse. It's a coping mechanism.
Yeah, that's just what I was saying. It's like right now.
The ball right there, Amber.
Yeah, we down like 40 points on the scoreboard. The type of
We're playing soccer, Haskell. We're playing soccer down 40 points.
Damn, Holmes.
Well, soccer is actually big in some places.
We doing the running man.
Problem.
We doing the running man,
Right.
We standing in place.
But he's saying we down 40 goals in soccer. That's what he said.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a whole different ball game than being down 40 in basketball. So.
Nah, we're down 40 in soccer.
No, I thought he meant that they was playing another game and we was playing soccer somewhere else. I'm like,
we're all playing soccer. We're down 40 goals.
Shit.
First period.
And we forfeit. We ain't even in the game. Shit.
Yeah, so Amber, it's like what you saying really, when you talk about buying power and the fact that we're the 15th largest nation, we're talking about the potential for power. But as it sits right this moment.
Well, no, it's power now because somebody has that power. We just don't have it. we're giving that, we're purchasing and giving that power to somebody. It's power. Mm-hmm. We're just feeding it somewhere else.
Amber, did you watch? Are you familiar with Dr. Claude Anders's work?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Yeah. Now he got a video in a book called Powernomics. And he basically says, who got the power? The drug buyer, the crackhead, or the drug dealer? So because the crackhead is purchasing something doesn't give them power. They have no power. He said the drug dealer is the one with the power. He calls the shots and he dictates everything. So in that sense, we are the crackhead buying something, and our oppressors are the drug dealer who have the real power.
Well, I would argue that that's not necessarily true because when the drug dealer come out with some garbage ass product, he's no longer in control.
That crackhead,
The crackhead, huh?
If that crackhead gets sick, it's buying that product, no matter how bad it is.
I understand that, but that's when there is no competition. When there is competition and you have options, then the power always lies with the person who is consuming the good.
Well, okay, this is how that works though. When this is just business 101. When you are thirsty, that's what we are, thirsty for something, then nobody's obligated to give you a pure substance. They can all just water it down because you're thirsty. And matter of fact, the best analogy is the people are as entertainment, the rappers. They're thirsty for a rap career. So they get suckered into these 360 degree, 360 deals, and where they're giving up publishing and because they're thirsty.
Mhm.
So we are people who are thirsty. Like I'm saying not every one of us, but the majority of us are thirsty. Only a few of us are not.
Exactly.
And we actually make it and thrive through. But the majority of us are thirsty. We'll take any deal no matter what. We'll sign to Puffy. We'll sign to what's that dude name? Grinding dude, that guy.
Baby, Birdman.
We'll sign with Birdman. All these corrupt, people, and not sign with somebody legit because we're thirsty. But with people like Drake and Meek Mill's, like they ain't like they already know they got a buzz, so they're gonna sign correctly. And
right. But look, that's a perfect example right there, Unbiased. The music business, right? Speaking of buying power, there isn't any other arena where we have more power than in entertainment, specifically music or rap music, right? Yet, right, we have a billionaire, supposedly, in Dr. Dre, right? Jay-Z and Beyonce together are worth around $1 billion.
Yeah.
Puff is like 300, 400 million. So you're talking about a lot of buying power, a lot of money.
Right.
Yet, rap has been around since, when did Rappers Delight come out? 77?
Yeah.
So what's that, 43 years now?
Yep.
Yeah, 43 years.
It might be 50.
Nah, 77 would be 43.
Okay, yeah, 47. Yeah.
Yeah, if it came out in 77 or 79, one of them. But my point is, look at all of these different rappers or moguls or whoever who have inordinate amounts of money, and yet and still we don't have distribution. You can't point to one black owned company that is a major distributor.
And that's even more that's fucking up bag. But that just goes back to my point of not recognizing the power that we have, because with all the wealth they have amassed, they're not looking at how to put themselves on the side of being a producer and not a consumer, or not being an owner and not an employee. You understand what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, at some point you have to recognize you can't say support black business. And it's now, I don't even want to get into this, but the whole support black business, even that alone, that irks me, because people think supporting black business is a marketing strategy, and it's not. Right. Like, it just because they're black. Like, people have to start taking their future seriously in this whole, I want to acquire wealth and have something for my seed. We are at least 5 generations of wealth behind white people. It's not something that's going to be changed with education. It's not something that's going to be changed with time. This is just what the reality is. We got to do something astronomical, fantastical, if we're going to catch up. And it won't be in our lifetime. So we have to quit thinking like the thirsty black people that need a handout, and start thinking that, because when white people came over here, they ain't have shit. They ain't come over here with nothing.
They had free labor 24/7.
They didn't have that immediately when they came over.
But they end up getting that. So
exactly, they politic, they scheme their way into it. That's my whole thing. We got to start thinking like sharks. Okay. Be a shark.
Right. Well, hold on one second. when white folks got over here, they understood that they were behind time. Everybody was already established except for them, right? The French, the Japanese, everybody was the Russians, everybody was established but them. They understood that they are behind and they will always be behind. They will be a third world country forever. They realized they could only catch up and surpass people with 24/7 labor. And they got that done. Okay, that was the only way they can catch up and pass people. Without that, they'd be a third world country, no better than anybody else. You know, so what they did was they just schemed and got 24/7 labor. So now we are in their shoes right now. We are light years behind the entire world, light years behind any third world country. We are light years behind. So we got to say, well, what is going to be our 24/7 labor to catch us up and surpass everybody?
Right. It's like Amber said, it's gonna take something cataclysmic.
Exactly. I agree with her when she said that. Yep.
Right. Because what happened to us to catapult the European to where he is was a cataclysmic event,
Mm-hmm.
and it will take something similar, you know, in order to
Right. So the captain would say that's Jesus cracking the clouds. You know what I mean? Coming down with 24,000 horsemen.
You better cut it out.
You know, so that's why they believe that. Cause they Amber, they agree with you. Like, yeah, that's right. That's why Jesus is going to come back and handle that.
Oh, please.
Oh man. Oh man.
But let me go into this right here real fast. It's only take a few minutes. I'm lying. It's gonna take about 15 minutes. So
Hey, but I will say this though, man. Going to why like we try to draw an affinity toward these glorious civilizations of the past. You know, Europeans do it. Everybody does it. You know, if you look at George Washington, they have a statue of him adorned like in Greco-Roman attire. You know, looking like that statue of Caesar, where he has and he's standing like a faggot. Like now, you know, George Washington is of Anglo stock. You know, he's British. You know, Rome, Greece had nothing to do with them. You know what I'm saying? But they use it as like their, I guess for lack of a better word, the spiritual basis for their civilization. When you talk about Western civilization, right? But again, they did that after they whooped people ass.
yeah, exactly.
So when you whoop people ass and you on top, you could do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? If you want to put on a little crazy outfits with the frills on them and the goddamn, I be wondering, bro, like they be going like shopping with them with like them shit they be having on their hand with the spikes on them and shit.
Oh,
like,
yeah, yes, they do, bro. And they be in Walmart doing their thing, man.
Bruh, I wish I was sitting nigga in Miami walking around like that, bro. He getting ranked, bro. Because number one, you got all that like that spiky shit on your arm, bro. I know you done walked and bumped into somebody before and like stuck somebody with that shit, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, that shit is not practical, man. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to brothers like Tazariak or, you know, but it's not practical, man. Like the outfits that you wear.
In fairness, to say that to them, you got to say the same thing to the Sunni Muslims, the Jabarian cults. You know, same thing, because they're all looking back and they're not looking forward. The thing about the Nation of Islam that I give them credit for is that Elijah Muhammad said, we ain't doing that. He said, we are looking forward. We ain't looking back to a prophet 1,400 years ago. And that was his thing. He said, we are looking forward. We're bow ties, suits. So I give him credit with that for looking forward. Now his doctrine was backwards, but at least his presentation was forward. So anyway, let me go ahead and do this real fast because this is what the video is about. It's about Greeks and science versus or also African creation stories. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show the difference between although the Greeks had their mythos as well, but they also had Greeks who challenged the mythos and dared to explain how things came to be outside of a creation story or a deity. And that's one thing that never happened before. In the African cultures, they had their creation stories and nobody dared to challenge it because, you know, you'll be killed. They call it a heresy. So, and that's not African, that's Chinese and everybody else. So what you're looking at right now is a Chinese creation myth that dates back to 600 BC. This is called Pangu, the giant creator, or sometimes it's called, as you can see, Pan. Okay, there's a typo right there. Let me fix that. I'm a perfectionist here. That's supposed to be right here. Okay, so I think, hey, I might have it right. I go back. So Panku. So Panku emerged from an egg. So this is their explanation of how the world came to be. This is the Chinese, 600 BC or somewhere around there. This guy emerged from an egg and proceeded to create the world by using a chisel to carve valleys and mountains from the landscape. Next, he set the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. He died as soon as these tasks were finished. The death of the giant creator was an essential part of the creation process because fragments of his own body helped to complete the world. Pangu's skull formed the dome of the sky, his flesh formed the soil, his bones became rocks. Okay, now there's some pseudo spooky stuff right here, but they believe this. It says, the last of his breath forged the wood, the last of his breath forged the wind and clouds. While his seat became rain, his hair fell to earth, creating plant life. And the fleas, so I know when they heard about the bubonic plague, that bothered them. The fleas that had lives in his hair provided the basis for the human race. As our birth required the death of our creator, we were to be cursed with sorrow forever. And that's some Jesus stuff right there. That's after Abel died, right there. But this was their belief at some point of how things came to be, and it went unchallenged. Okay, nobody dared to challenge that, or death, or some type of scrutiny would come upon them. Now check this one out. This is the Icelandic epic myth. Now I might be pronouncing this wrong. Prose Edda. Creation started not with an egg, but with the yawning gap. Yeah, yawning gap. Period. Yawning gap. This void separated the contrasting realms of Muspel and Niflheim until one day the fiery, bright heat of Muspel melted the freezing snow and ice of Niflheim. So now, as you can know, this is Iceland. So you're talking about melting ice. You dig? So people look at their surroundings and they start to explain how things came to be by their immediate surroundings. So this guy melted the freezing ice, snow of Niflheim, and the moisture fell into the yawning gap, sparking life in the form of Ymir, the giant. Only then could the creation of the world begin. So they were very limited on, they didn't care to go into details. Just believe that or die. You dig? And then now let's go to Africa, West Africa. The Karachi people, if I spelled that correctly, hey, forgive me. I did all this today at work. So there could be a typo here. The Karachi people of Togo in West Africa speak of another giant, the vast blue god Wubari, more familiar to us as the sky. There was a time when he lay just above the earth, but a woman pounding grain with a long timber kept prodding and poking him until he raised himself above the nuisance. However, Wubari was still within reach of humans, who used his belly as a towel, again, a spooky story, and snatched bits of his blue body to add spice to their soup. Gradually, Wubari moved higher and higher until the sky was out of reach, where it has remained ever since. So that was it on that spooky story in West Africa.
I like that one.
Now check this one out. Don't challenge it though. You're gonna cut your head off. So for the Yoruba, also of West Africa, Olorun was owner of the sky, another sky daddy. When he looked down upon the lifeless marsh, he asked another divine being to take a snail shell down to the primeval of soil or primeval soil. The soil was sprinkled on the marshes of the earth, whereupon the hen and the pigeon began scratching and picking at it until the marsh became solid ground. To test the world, Olorun sent down the chameleon, which turned from blue to brown as it moved from the sky to land, signaling that the hen and the pigeon had completed their task successfully. Okay, so that's the West African Olorun, however you pronounce it. Very spooky, all right? Nothing to do with science at all. Throughout the world, every culture has developed its own myths about the origin of the universe and how it was shaped. These creation myths differ magnificently, each reflecting the environment and society from which it originated. In Iceland, it is the volcanic and meteorological forces that form the backdrop to the birth of Ymir. But according to the Yoruba of West Africa, it is the familiar hen and pigeon that give rise to solid land. Nevertheless, all these unique creation myths have some features in common, whether it is in the big blue bruised Wubari or the dying giant of China. These myths inevitably invoke at least one supernatural being to play a crucial role in explaining the creation of the universe. So they all had a supernatural being, which would contradict science. Okay, so here we go. Also, every myth represents the absolute truth within its society. The word myth is derived from the Greek word mythos, which can mean story, but also means word in the sense of the final word. Indeed, anybody who dared to question these explanations would have laid themselves open to accusations of heresy. Nothing much changed until the 6th century BC. So nothing changed until the 6th century BC, when there was a sudden outbreak of tolerance among the intelligentsia. For the very first time, it says very first time, that means nothing before here, philosophers were free to abandon accepted mythological explanations of the universe and develop their own theories. Okay, so this is not African people now or Chinese people who ran from the traditional belief and challenged it. These are white folks. For example, Anaximander of Miletus or Malthus argued that the sun was a hole in a fire-filled ring that encircled the earth and revolved around it. Similarly, he believed that the moon and stars were nothing more than holes in the firmament, revealing otherwise hidden fires. Alternatively, here's a new one. Alternatively, Xenophanes of Colophon believed that the earth exuded combustible gases that accumulated at night until they reached a critical mass and ignited, thereby creating the sun. Night fell again when the ball of gas had burned out, leaving behind just a few sparks that we call stars. He explained the moon in a similar way, with gases developing and burning over a 28-day cycle. Okay, so now there's a big difference between how they explain things to be from the Chinese and Yorubas and the West Africans. The fact that Xenophanes and Anaximander were not very close to the truth is unimportant, because the real point is that they were developing theories that explain the natural world without responding to supernatural devices or deity. You see, there was a Greek myth that explained the sun by invoking a fiery chariot driven across the sky by the god of Helios. So that was spooky stuff going on in Greece. However, some Greek philosophers refused to believe that it was divine meddling that was responsible for natural phenomena. So the Greeks challenged their spookiness. These philosophers were the first cosmologists, and as much they were interested in the scientific study of the physical universe and its origins. The word cosmology is derived from the ancient Greek word kosmio, which means to order or to organize, reflecting the belief that the universe could be understood and is worthy of analytical study. The cosmos had patterns, and it was the ambition of the Greeks to recognize these patterns, to scrutinize them, and to understand what was behind them. Now check this one out. This is a name that some of you know. As part of Pythagoras of Samos philosophy around 540 BC, he developed a passion for mathematics. And what did he do with mathematics? He demonstrated how numbers and equations could be used to formulate scientific theories. He didn't care about that spooky stuff. He went with what was applicable, which is math. One of his first breakthroughs was to explain the harmony of music via the harmony of numbers. Okay? Pythagoras developed his theory by experimenting with the single string monochord. Once Pythagoras had shown that mathematics could be used to help explain and describe music, subsequent generations of scientists used numbers to explore everything from the trajectory of a cannonball to chaotic weather patterns that we have right now, our weather stations. Mathematics did that. Pythagoras tried to find the mathematical rules that govern the heavenly bodies. He argued that the movement of the sun, moon, and planets across the sky generated a particular musical note, which were determined by the lengths of their orbits. Therefore, Pythagoras concluded these orbits and notes had to have some specific numerical proportions for the universe to be in harmony. Okay, it's getting a little spooky. According to Pythagoras, we are constantly bathed in his hypothetical heavenly music, but we cannot perceive it because we have been hearing it since birth and have become habituated to it. See, that's that foolproof explanation. That's that religious stuff right there. Ultimately, any theory that predicts a music that can never be heard or anything else can never be detected, that spook guy, is a poor scientific theory. So it says ultimately, any theory that predicts something that can never be detected is a poor scientific theory. Okay, so it says, let me get my man down here. Hey, stop that. Really? Oh, what is this?
Shoot, the theory of evolution will fall in that category.
So it's just Pythagoras right here. You better have Uncle it. It says every genuine scientific theory must make a prediction. So hey, hold up, hold your horses. Every genuine scientific theory must make a prediction. Evolution makes a prediction. It says make a prediction about the universe that can be observed or measured. So evolution falls in that category. If the results of an experiment or observation match the theoretical prediction, this is a good reason why the theory might become accepted and then incorporated into a grander scientific framework. Before any celestial distances or sizes could be calculated, the ancient Greeks first had to establish the Earth is a sphere. The view gained acceptance in ancient Greece as philosophers became familiar with the notion that ships gradually disappear over the horizon until only the tip of the mast could be seen. This made sense only if the surface of the sea curves and falls away. If the sea has a curved surface, then presumably so too does the Earth, which means it's probably a sphere. So that was it.
Bravo.
So what did you just prove?
So I proved that it wasn't until the Greeks when they started to challenge the mythos that they were supposed to accept as fact.
As recorded.
That's all we have. All we have
right.
is what we recorded. Until somebody provide anything different, this is what it is.
Cause you know the Chinese, right, came up with their own discoveries and knew about spears and all of that, but that's not accepted in Western. That's not the Western story of how our shit came. Like when I say our, I'm talking about we're part of Western civilization.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. When I say our, I'm not saying black people. I'm saying we. When I say our, I'm talking as in the educational system. I'm saying this is how Westerners,
Americans.
Right. Well, no, Westerners, like far as white people, we're part of their whole educational system.
Are we Americans or not?
Yeah, we're American, but I'm saying Western as in Western Europe and the Americas. Right. That whole, you feel me? Now, you know the Chinese had their own, even though you read their spooky shit, right? You know they had their own philosophers and mathematicians that made discoveries independent of Greeks and European and Western academia. You know, at the same time, you had India who was making their own calculations and shit too, right? But you know it's not in Western Western academia.
That's different. I don't know about that because when I now hold up. Now you know I'm Mr. Vaccine. When I read about vaccines, the Indians' knowledge was welcomed by Europe. The Japanese played a vital role in, I think, the bubonic plague. You know, trying to come up with a vaccine. So I don't know about that.
Yeah, see, but that's on practical things. That's a community looking for help on a particular issue. You feel me? They were plagued by the Black Plague. So they was looking for anybody who could help them in that situation. But I'm talking about.
Wait, hey, Sheffrin, what I'm saying is like they already pretty much got it under control. They were in India helping them out now.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is a transference of culture, right? You know, the Chinese had, you know, they was like marine admirals, right? Of the Pacific Ocean, and you feel me? They control. You know, their technology didn't come from Europe. It was homegrown. You see what I'm saying? Like you looking at it like everybody started to think a certain type of way from a particular group of people. No, that's
right.
That's Western. We have a Western education. China shit was up until they locked themselves in from the rest of the world. All of their technology was homegrown. Like, so those discoveries that you're talking about, it was other people making discoveries around the world. Just because we're not privy to it, you know, that Chinese say that they discovered the America before 1492. And they can make a good argument for it. They had the fleets and the ships that could have got here.
Right.
Did you ever even hear that?
No.
Yeah, exactly. If you listen, or if you take Western academia at face value, virtually everything started with Greece or Rome.
And if you take Afrocentrists, everything started in Africa and Kenya.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Unbiased, you got to see when the tilt is putting on. You feel me? If you can look at Black people in this community and call them Blackologists, you gotta be able to look at white people and say, yo, that's some whiteology right there, yo.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that some things could be whiteology, but what I just read was about science. Now,
right.
I would love to hear Chinese acting like they were the first to challenge their mythos before the Greeks. I would love to hear that.
Yo, but they had to. How would you make scientific discoveries and know certain things if everybody was just completely spooky?
No, but
That wouldn't
what is the
even.
time frame? Like when you say when you first mentioned Chinese folks, the first thing I want to know was the time frame. You know that they started to challenge their mythos or add to science.
It's not written in their history that way.
No,
you see what I'm saying?
Look. What I'm trying to say is, I want to know what you read. I want to know where I can read that too. That the Chinese had contributed to, or challenged their mythos before the Greeks. Like, I want to know what I can read that says that.
All right. So when they was building their ships, do you think that they was thinking that a god was doing that for them, or they was doing math?
Well, it's Shepard. When you say ships,
ships,
right? You need to understand that's called technology. That's not science.
Wow.
No. Hey, bro. Now you got Haskell instigating, laughing and stuff.
Wow.
Shepard. What I read to you before was that science and technology sometimes get mixed up and be considered one and the same, and they're not. Science leads to technology, but look, science books tell you that technology existed before science. Science is just a way to explain the hows and the who's, but technology doesn't. So when you go to Walmart and self-checkout, all you know is that it was very convenient to go purchase something, and that you didn't need someone to do it for you. But you don't know exactly the inner works of it. Science teaches the inner works of something. Technology does not. So you can have technology without no science at all.
Right, but unbiased. Even if you limit it to, all right, let's just say they didn't have any science and it was purely technology. Yeah. You're still not making those advances if you're just a spooked out people.
Now, I'm not saying that, because don't forget, I give Egypt credit for introducing science, the beginnings of science to the world, and in Africa, period. So I give them credit for like introducing it.
You do know Pythagoras was educated in Egypt, right? Like, yeah, all the theorems they attribute to him was stuff he learned in.
But Haskell, the thing is, we can't say because he was educated there that somebody there knew before him. No, it's that he found purpose for it, and they didn't, because they were spooked out. In my last video, Haskell, was about the medicine. It showed that the Egyptians were more like, they were a theocracy. Like, their community was their land was built on religious purposes first and foremost only. So what they would do is they would revert back to what was written. They wouldn't try to go for a new way to figure things out. They would say, okay, what was written before to solve this? And they would go with that. They wouldn't figure something out different. That's not science.
And all right, so we have the primaries on that, right? Which you did on your last presentation. Yeah. And I think it was mainly the Ebers papyrus that you were using. And they have primarily as 4 translators, right, that translated that document. Now, that document is primary as far as when it comes to like a medical, treatment, what Greek or Roman analog do we have in terms of a primary document that's written? That's a medical, treatise.
Okay, so if I understand
it's a rhetorical question. It doesn't exist.
Right. So right. No. Okay. Again, so I was gonna respond. The Greeks never, from what I read, and I ain't read a lot, the limited reading I did, the Greeks don't brag about technology. They don't brag about medicine. They only talk about science, about how they contributed. So science is all about trying to understand the who's and whys. They're trying to explain how things actually happen. What are the components? What do they do? So now your community will be compromised because of that. Technology, of course, is going to boost your community and have you going in the direction you want to go. But the Greeks were just caught up on just explaining why everything is the way it is. So with that being said, they didn't have much technology. they didn't have much medicine. They just wanted to know how everything came to be, and from there it was going to spawn the medicine. So like they were willing to sacrifice and figure out how things came to be, and then later on work on medicine and technology.
I don't know. I'm biased.
No, I see how he limited it. Now, if we just use that narrow definition, you feel me? Then yeah, if you narrow everything down to a definition that fits one particular people, you feel me? Then I mean, it's like, come on. All right, you ever see the Great Wall of China?
No, right. I don't know how it looks.
Seen it on pictures.
Yeah, you seen that.
I don't recall it at all, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. Well, the math that it takes to build something like that shows that these motherfuckers ain't thinking about gods or, you feel me, anything.
I get that, Shepard. What I'm trying to say is this. Now, of course, that they had gunpowder and they had built weapons, you dig? And they was going to defend themselves. They wasn't going to just wait for Jesus to come down and defend them. I'm not saying that. I'm saying amongst all the building and walls, they had a mythos. And maybe the wall thing, maybe they was over the mythos at that time. I don't know.
Even the math that goes into it. You know, they plotted the movement of the stars. You feel me? So they out thinking, they believe that the sun was the center of our solar system. Things like that mean that they're not thinking.
Wait, hold on. You said the Chinese?
Yeah.
Okay, what date was this?
We know they didn't get it from the Greeks. Even if they came up with it after the Greeks, they still came up with it.
I guarantee you it was already established once Galileo broke that all down. I guarantee you that's when the Chinese accepted that.
So hold on. So you saying, so when do you separate, let me ask you this. So when do you separate the religious culture from the science community? I'm saying because you seem to do a good job when it comes to Europeans separating it, right? Because you got the history of it. So you know what I mean? We know the people that went against Galileo and them was the religious community.
The Romans.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the Romans, the popes and everything.
Yeah. That's the religious community, right? Yeah. Now we have extensive writings from the people of the Renaissance era, right? Who came out of that dark age. You dig what I'm saying? We know what they was trying to do. You feel me? Their aim. And then we know the pushback that they got from the clergy, from the church, right? From the religious group. Now, just because that history is written like that for us to understand it in that way, you can't say that other civilizations ain't go through those same things when they produce similar, things. It's just not written that way. They might have been being ostracized too.
So okay, so all I want to know is from the Chinese perspective, right? I want to know their writings when they claim that they came to this awareness.
It might not be written down like that. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying, but at the very least, we have to know what the authors are actually saying, though, because maybe they are making definitive claims.
Right.
But what I'm saying is they went through the same thing that the Europeans did. A lot of that shit had to be, they had to go underground with that shit. You feel me? Like they couldn't just come out. Chinese was spooky as shit. You feel me?
Yeah, exactly.
But when you look at their technology and certain things that they knew, that you know that somebody was pushing their science forward.
Wait. See, now you said technology and you said science like it's interchangeable. Technology and science not one and the same. They're different, but they are complementary to each other.
You already explained that. I get that part.
So you can have technology and don't have no science. You can have
no, it can go and it can go back and forth.
Which I said the Greeks had science, they had little technology, and they had a little bit of medicine also. They just had science, like they just wanted to know about how things came to be. So like what they would do is they would sacrifice, you know, technology and everything else just to understand why things were the way they were. And
Yeah, but you know, I'm biased at a point. If there's no practical manifestation of your so-called science, you don't have any science. You're philosophizing, really.
yeah. No, you're
and that's what they were called, philosophers.
Yeah, Haskell, I'm glad you said that. That's why they're not called scientists. They're called natural philosophers.
Right. You just talking.
Nah, yeah, no.
They was the proto-conscious community.
Now, hey, Haskell, you are
Niggas just rapping.
You know, Haskell. Now look, now let me say this though. The reason why it's thought for 1,500 years, it's because what Shepard is saying. The religious community just couldn't see past a sun-centered universe. So because they couldn't explain, because you know those philosophers couldn't explain gravity, bro, the correct way. So it couldn't make sense. So they dropped it for 1,500 years, and it wasn't until some other Romans and Galileo picked it up and was able to explain that, where they was forced to adopt that. Even during that time, Sheffrin, during that time where when the Romans actually were mad at Galileo, they still accepted it. They just wouldn't teach it openly, but they accepted that the sun was a center. You know, was in a center, sort of. So it's not really the center. So that's even tricky. I'm gonna do a video on that one, where the sun is not in the center. Yeah.
When Galileo came about, the Romans were long over.
You know, talking about the Roman Church.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, the Roman Church. The Roman Church. Yeah, with the I'm talking about the religious.
Right.
Yeah. The religious folk. I'm talking about the Italians. Right.
Yeah. Now, have you ever read a good way to understand this in primitive society? And then when you're dealing with Africa in general, you ever read is a book called When Things Fall Apart?
No.
By an African dude named Chinua Achebe, right? And what he does in his book, he talks about Africa, right, before the Portuguese got there. And then then he talk about how they were steeped in mysticism, right, and spookism, right, and how when the Portuguese got there, the clash in that civilization, like it's called When Things Fall Apart, meaning their whole world fell apart once that another culture came with technology. You know, they didn't know how to deal with, you know, bridging between basically their elders didn't know how to deal with a more scientific civilization that could explain things beyond the spookism, right? Saying it sent their whole culture into a tailspin, right? They didn't know which way was up and down because of that, right? But in that, he shows how Africans at different points in time was at the crux of science and technology, but then their spookism and their elders will push them back into the dark ages. You see what I'm saying? Like they discovered iron and different things before other people did, right? But the spookism, their elders put some spooky explanation on iron, saying why they shouldn't smelt it, right? So their technology and their science got pushed behind because every generation that made advances, you know, these crazy old people, the same way we got now, unbiased.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It must be an African thing, yo. It must be a fucking African. We gotta get this shit out of our system, yo. We gotta get this shit out of our system, yo.
Hey, yo. Yeah, you are 100% right. Now, I'm glad Outside the Cube said philosophy isn't just talking. Come on, because that's true. That back in the Greeks, they were actually predicting things. So they just didn't have the experimentation. You know, they didn't have a telescope. That wasn't until like around Galileo's time. So, but they made predictions about certain things that actually was proven later by the Italians. So they weren't just talking; they were using math and they were predicting, but they just couldn't prove it.
Yeah, they didn't know they was right.
Right, the experimentation process wasn't there. So when you deal with a scientific theory, it's observation, hypothesis, prediction, and experimentation. They couldn't experiment because they didn't have the technology to see into the cosmos, and that's what Galileo had over them.
Hey, but you know what though, unbiased, like you was asking Chef for the primaries, for the Chinese as far as text, to show what science and stuff they had. When it comes to Greece and Rome, when you relate these stories about like Eratosthenes and them having these different theories about whether it be the heliocentric universe or whatever, right? Whatever scientific precepts they came up with, there's virtually no primaries on any of that stuff, right? You are aware of this. When I say primaries,
you said
about,
primaries. That's your wording. I didn't ask for primary. I
no,
just
no, no.
the information that.
Nah, I'm just making the point that a lot of this stuff that you read in regards to Greece and Rome, in terms of their scientific thought and all, it's all retrospective writing. There are no primary documents that shows like, okay, they conducted this experiment, or you can look at different mathematical formulas, or so my point is, bro, a lot of that shit is made up, man. I'm telling you, bro. There's no primary evidence to.
Yeah, I get you, but I'm not gonna go with that one though. That's that blackology right there. Yeah, I can't go with that. The world is accepting this. So, Aska, you're one man, probably 3, 5 folks maybe agree with you, but the entire world is accepting, what's being said.
Yeah, that's facts. But again, that's a matter of power, unbiased.
Okay, well then black folks need to get in power and show us something different. But
Yeah.
But prior to that, that's what we have right now.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, all right. Like, what was the thing you were saying? Like, they were the first to break away from like
the mythos,
the mythos and stuff like that, but like these experiments, right? What substantiates this stuff from that time period? So if they're saying, okay, this particular philosopher did this experiment or had this thought or whatever in uh, let's say 200 BC or 100 AD, or where is the documentation to substantiate this stuff?
Okay,
Where is
so Haskell, when they were trying to figure out the speed of light, like we spoke last time about this, and I read up on this, so I actually got it highlighted. This experiment wasn't hard at all. Like we all can do this. Like it's that simple. Like Sheffrin said, the stick measuring the earth and the circumference and all that type of stuff. The way the way they was trying to measure or figure out the speed of light, figure out if it was infinite or finite. We all can do this experiment. So it's just that they had the galls to actually do it, But it's nothing that got to be documented because we can all repeat it. We can all replicate it. It's not something difficult. They were flashing lamps and just documenting it. That's it. Not hard about that.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, bro, they would have something, bro. There's like virtually nothing. Like nothing, absolutely nothing. So the point I'm making is, I believe a lot of those theories and stuff are attributed anachronistically from people who are just like how you have folks that will write the Bible, like who wrote the text, they're writing it at a much later period and pretending like they're writing it 1300 BC. So like even at Eratosthenes' story, right? We have to take, I think that's how the Euclid's, I forgot what the name of the text is. It's some philosopher that wrote down like what these different natural, what do you call it? Naturalists? What was their name for scientists back then?
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So in Euclid's text, he was the one that's where these stories are kind of collated. So about Eratosthenes and Pythagoras and all this stuff. But what I'm saying is we have no way to verify if these things that they're saying happen actually happen, because you know what I'm saying? These are people who are writing like hundreds of years after the fact when these experiments are supposed to have happened. We got to take their word for
it. Yeah, but guess what? Herodotus is the same person who said that the Egyptians were black. So we got to take his word for it. So like these same Greeks were also recording events in Egypt that we have no problem taking their word for it. So if we're going with that, then let's not take their word for anything that they say about Egypt and the Egyptians.
It always go back to Egypt.
Yeah, and then the Egyptians themselves were writing stuff down, right? Putting things on the walls. What makes that factual? That could just be their imagination.
What makes what factual? The existence of the writings?
No, what the writing, okay, the things they're writing on the walls.
Right.
Okay, that they claim that they saw, claim that they experienced, right? We're going off their integrity saying, okay, maybe they did. There's stories about wars and whatever else.
Right.
So same thing. These are just personal accounts that we just believe because it was said or written down.
Right. But
they
what I'm
made it up.
Yeah, absolutely. But at least in the case of ancient Nile Valley, you know, I want to just keep it confined to Egypt. At least in the case of the ancient Nile Valley, they have something to show, and it's there. You have, you get what I'm saying? You have actual corroboration, real time.
Okay, well, look. The Greeks said they did something. The Romans followed up. Okay, the Galileo, those are real people. They followed up. They were able to explain the cosmos in great depth, explain gravity that led to Newton's law and his discoveries that led to Einstein and everything else. And now we have the world it is right now. And these white boys are on top right now. So that's why I'm inclined to believe what they're saying, because they gave you like a time period of how things happen and why they are where they are right now, on top of everybody. So somebody mentioned technology in Japan. Stop it. That technology is goofball stuff. That's for play. That's video games and graphics. That's not to rule and conquer the world. They don't have any technology to like, as far as to help them out in war. America will blow them off the planet. All right. Their technology versus their technology. It's a big difference. Like I said, these guys are trying to figure out a way to produce clean energy.
Joe said for video games.
Right. Yeah. They got a Hubble's telescope and things that surpass that. You know, they're not playing right now. And they're trying to figure out a way to go to Mars. They said somewhere in 2020, they're trying to get to Mars. So their technology compared to Japan is a different story. They're video games and they trying to rule the world and conquer mankind. There's a big difference in technology.
Well, I don't know. For the Chinese, they're trying to do their imperialism thing now.
Okay, now here's the thing. When we talk about weapons of mass destruction or nuclear weapons, right? We're talking about plutonium, uranium. These things you can't sneak. Satellites can pick this stuff up, and you need so much of it. So this is why they knew Saddam Hussein had that stuff. You dig? Like they can prove that. So this is nothing we got to speculate about. Because you need so much of it. There's no way to sneak this. No country can sneak this type of stuff because you need so much of it, and the satellite will pick it up quick. All right. So you can't sneak nuclear stuff. Period. China is 1,000 years behind.
China got the nuke.
Yeah, they got the nuke. Oh, okay. Do you know how they got the nuke? Do you know how?
No.
Asko, do you know how?
Nah, they reverse engineered it from the.
Nah. Russia. When the French was
Okay.
when the French was corresponding with the whole America and most of them named Einstein, the Russian secret spies picked up the codes, and that's how they got it. So they were all behind. They were all light years behind. The Russian spies picked it up, and that's how China and India got a hold of it. It was through Russia. Yeah, so they didn't have no technology, bro, no science, man. They was light years behind. And
Yeah,
right now.
you know what's crazy about the Chinese? Like they've made up a lot of ground in a very short time. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, they did. China on it, yo.
Yeah, but
you see their fucking cities. Oh, you can't say China is that behind, yo. You see
Nah, not
that
at all.
cities?
in light years.
Don't listen to
Yo, they got
unbiased. Dog.
cities. They got cities.
Hey, Sheffrin,
Yo.
until they can find their way to the moon, they're light years behind. Now the moon, I got to re-up on my research. Again, white folks trying to come up with nuclear fusion, how to create clean energy. Sheffrin, when they do that, it's a ball game, bro.
Yo.
Nobody will.
China can get to the moon, yo.
Well, hold on. Wait, first of all, the moon has resources there that the Americans believe makes it possible to create nuclear fusion. And to get nuclear fusion, Sheffrin, it's like building a mini star on Earth. Okay, because stars and the sun creates clean energy. Okay, I guarantee you, if China was to dare to try to create nuclear fusion, I guarantee they'd be blown off the face of the Earth. I guarantee you.
Hold on, I don't even understand your argument.
Yeah, because whoever get that first is going to rule the world. that nuclear fusion, that clean energy, whoever get that first is going to rule the world. I guarantee you, if China try to go to the moon to collect what they need to get that running, I guarantee you they be blown off the face of the Earth quickly.
Oh, that's another argument. I'm saying I believe China got technology to go to the moon. Now, whether they want to spend the resources to do it.
Well, you have to. In order to win this race, this space race, in order to get ahead of the world.
They got a space program. They launch all kind of satellites and
but listen,
they build satellites for the rest of the world.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is the goal is nuclear fusion, though. You know that, right? That's the goal.
But you talk about this going to the moon thing, like just going to the moon, like what that gonna do for the Chinese or for anybody?
Okay, well I just explained that. I just explained to create nuclear fusion, the moon has tons and tons of this particular element that I can't recall right now at this particular moment. But the moon.
So we went to the moon in the 60s.
Right.
So that means that we can go back up there and get all this shit that you're talking about.
Right. So and look, guess what? They're working on that right now. Matter of fact, they're trying to go to Mars. So like they're thinking big. So they're trying to get to the Mars from the moon. So like they're way ahead of all that type of stuff because they understand
right now. And you're saying right now that the Chinese don't have the capability to go to the moon? Is that what you said?
I never said that. I said
when if they would try
to go, we're gonna bang on them.
Hey, no. Listen to what I'm saying. Let the Chinese talk about nuclear fusion.
Mm-hmm.
Let them utter them words, and then go to the moon. Let's see what happens.
Oh, you're saying the U.S. would try to like take them out or whatever.
Yeah, bruh. Whoever can figure out nuclear fusion is going to rule the world. Hands down.
I mean, if this element that you're talking about, like Chef said, they went there supposedly in the 60s.
Yeah.
Talking about 60 years ago, right? They don't have tons of this
No.
elements.
Wait, Haskell. They can't figure out a way to do it. You're building a mini star, bro.
Oh, but they have the element that they took from.
It's no. Listen, what I'm trying to say is what they need is already on the moon. There's tons of it. It's plentiful.
Right.
It's on the moon, but it's pointless to go there and pick it up, and you can't do anything with it.
Okay. Do they have any of it on Earth right now? They didn't take any of it with them when they went on these.
No idea, but I do know this. I do know that it's pointless to go out there and get it right now because you can't do anything with it. So I'm pretty sure they probably got some, little things they're messing with right now. But anybody can just Google USA nuclear fusion or whatever, and you can see where they're at with it. That's not a hard research to do.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
Yeah, check it out. Now look, hey, I am Sosa. When I say element, I'm not talking about a different element that's not on the chart. On the periodic chart, every element known to man is there. So there's no new element. But there is something on the moon that I cannot recall right now, but you guys can if you just Google it. That's needed. That's plentiful on the moon to try to attempt to build a mini star on Earth that can create free energy. And I'm telling you, whoever does that first is going to rule the world because you can create a bomb. You can create a bomb that's like 1,000 times stronger than a nuclear bomb. An H bomb, 1,000 times stronger than the H bomb. The A bomb was dropped off on Hiroshima. That's the A bomb. That's the atom bomb. The hydrogen bomb is stronger than the H bomb. It's like 100 times stronger. Nuclear fusion is 1,000 times stronger than the H bomb. And it's clean energy. There's no waste. Nuclear fission, what we have now, and that's the nuclear waste. It produces nuclear waste. So we have that issue right now. They're trying to figure out a way to get nuclear fusion on board. And you got to build a mini star on Earth to do that. And that's what the Americans looking at. Their eyes is on that. They ain't looking at video games and graphics and all that type of stuff. They looking at a mini star on Earth. And they trying to get to Mars.
Okay, is helium-3.
Okay.
All right, it's unlike Earth, which is protected by its magnetic field. The moon has been bombarded with large quantities of helium-3 by the solar winds. It is thought that this isotope could provide safer nuclear energy in a fusion reactor. Since it is not radioactive and would not produce dangerous waste products.
Right.
Helium-3. ESA helium-3 mining on the lunar surface. European Space Agency. Oh shit.
Told you, bro. I'm not playing. Bro.
Yeah, I mean, when did they divulge this information though? Because if this particular isotope is so revolutionary, and why would they even let anybody know about it if they're the only ones who know?
No, you can't hide this type of stuff, Haskell. I brought it up earlier. To create an A bomb or H bomb, all you need is uranium or plutonium. That's not hidden. I thought the same thing. I said, why would they let that be known? Because they know that you need so much of it, Haskell. You need so much of uranium to build an A bomb. You need so much of plutonium to build an H bomb. It's so much of it that when you start to collect when you collect a few, like I don't know how much particular, but Haskell, when you collect enough plutonium, those satellites will pick up on you so fast, bruh. And then they'll try to stop you with warnings, and then
Right.
War will be imminent. You dig? So the same thing with what's on the moon. You need so much of it. So if China or India, whoever went to the moon, their space shuttle couldn't get enough of it. But if they felt like you had something over there to get enough of it, I guarantee you they'll stop it. Guaranteed, it'll be all out war because their society would be at risk.
That's wild.
It'll be at risk. So nuclear fusion is the race right now. And I don't hear anybody else. I have not read or seen anything anybody talk about outside of the white folks. Americans really, but white folks talking about nuclear fusion. I have never heard of another nation speak about nuclear fusion.
So you saying that's just because they so far behind?
They're so far behind, and I think they're afraid.
But unbiased, you really don't have no real point of reference, because you're not privy to these other governments. You're not really privy to what China has. Or
this is just my opinion. I admit this is my opinion.
No, absolutely, but that's what I'm saying. Like, neither one of us really. I mean, we're not. I've never been to China, and even if I did go to China, I'm not rubbing elbows with their, leading, physicists and, biologists and these government leaders, and you know what I'm saying? So you don't know you don't know what it is that they have or know.
I don't.
So this idea that it's, just the US is like on the forefront and these guys are like way behind. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's nothing really to like back that a substantial.
I tell you one thing, that we can all agree that the Americans are the police of the world, not China. China ain't monitoring America, see what's going on. Like right now with the coronavirus in China, the Americans are over there, the European nations over there trying to quarantine this thing and help out. But when we have an epidemic over here, you don't see China over here. So like, we know who the muscle is.
Right. So we're busybodies.
Yeah, we know who the muscle is, and I think all the nations know who the muscle is. They know who it is. Now they might not be afraid, and they might do what they got to do at the end of the day, but the world knows who the muscle is, and like, that's what we just got to keep in mind.
Yeah, one thing about being that bully though, that sometimes being that bully make it easy for you to get knocked off.
Yeah, but Haskell, guess what? If I was in China, I would be rooting for China to like beat up everybody. If I was in Africa, I'd be rooting for Africa. If I was in Mexico, I'd be rooting for Mexico. But I'm in America, I'm optimistic America will beat everybody up because I'm here. And I ain't trying to be bombed up, nuked up. I'm hoping America whoop everybody but.
Yeah, that's a dog eat dog mentality.
Yeah, well, I'm here. Like, what? Like, who will hope their country loses? who will hope that?
Nah, but you see, the world has gotten more and more global. Economies have gotten more and more global. When you talk about trade, nations and people are interdependent. And I think that's why sometimes y'all see me bang on like evolution theory and stuff like that so much, because I believe, or I'm of the opinion, that when you take on these philosophies, right, that have been established by these people, you kind of take on their worldview and mindset also. This idea that everything is a war. You're literally you're at war with everything. You're at war with nature. You're at war with mankind. Everything you see is about conquest. And that's not real. In life, that's not real. I think, unbiased, what it is right now, these crackers is up. So that's how you know what I'm saying? So that, I get where you're coming from. It's like, damn, they up right now, so they must be doing something right. But at the same time, you got to remember, as human beings, our lifetimes are very short. We have very limited perspective. you got to understand the United States has been a nation for how long now? What, since 1776? That's what, 200 and close to 250 years? Is my math right there? 1776,
Close enough.
200.
Close enough. Close enough.
Yeah, right. 270, closer to 207 years. You know, that's a blink. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's nothing. Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing. So, you know, this idea that, oh man, we gotta hurry up and get the most shit so we could be the big dog, and this one over here, like he trying to hurry up and be the big dog and da 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 da. That might not be the wave in a few years. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Haskell, I wouldn't even use that terminology you said earlier to describe white folks. You dig? Because if there is a power in America that's like dictating stuff, it's not every last white person. You dig? It would be just those in power, whoever they are. But
Right.
I wouldn't use certain language to describe every last one of them. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That wouldn't be fair, and I don't see that as an advantage for us living in a country that we are a minority. We are a minority. You dig? Like we need these people in this country to approve everything we want to do.
Right.
So I personally wouldn't use that language for the totality of the population. Now, certain people involved that's like holding us back, yeah, whatever. Maybe I would, but I wouldn't use that for every last one of them.
No, but it's the power brokers. You know, they're coming from lineages that have developed the thought that, yo, you gotta you gotta have a bigger stick than everybody else. And to a degree, I guess you kind of do, because, maybe if our ancestors had had that mentality, perhaps we wouldn't be where we are today, you know. So perhaps the European thinking is right, you know. Who's to say? Like only time will tell. But what I'm saying is, even the thinking of the idea that, and I'm talking about the elite here, the way their worldview is, yo, you got to make sure you got the biggest stick at all times, because somebody is always plotting on you.
Hey, Haskell, do you know? Okay, have you heard of a hadron particle collider?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Okay, do you know of any hadron particle collider that's not a European, invention?
Nah, I don't even know what it does, to be honest.
Okay,
It's
okay. So what it does is it clashes antimatter and matter together at the speed of light to see what happens. And this is how they was able to, nuclear bombs and everything else. But this is how they was also able to predict clean energy. So when Einstein talk about E equals mc squared, he's talking about clean energy. And clean energy is when matter and antimatter hit each other. That's the only time where matter converts to energy 100%. No other time does it happen like that. And in chemistry, definitely not, because there's no chemical reaction that can convert matter to energy 100%. That's only in nuclear physics. You dig?
with no waste.
Right, exactly. Where well, let me say this. When there's no chemical reaction without nuclear physics, that matter just converts to, like you said, like, yeah, waste will be, when you say no waste, that's talking about magical particles left behind. So when you slam matter and antimatter, when they meet, that's E equals mc squared. It converts to energy 100%. So
Right.
what Europeans are trying to do is figure out a way to make a antimatter and matter antimatter bomb, basically. So let me go back. So the A bomb, you see how destructive it was, right? The atomic bomb. That is 1% of the matter exploding. Probably less than that, but it's 1% of the matter exploding. That's it. So that means the other 99% matter was intact. It didn't even explode. Antimatter and matter is 100% matter exploding. So just imagine if an A bomb can do that and it leaves behind 99% matter, imagine what an antimatter bomb can do that leaves nothing behind. So this is what they're trying to do.
But unbiased, think about something, right? The technology you just talked about right there. Why is the first thing they go to and first thing they think about is how efficiently they could blow some shit up?
Well, okay, let me answer that. Well, nuclear, it has to, check this out. Nuclear fission, which is the A bomb, led to nuclear energy.
Right.
So there's a gift and a curse. So it does one thing negative, but it does something else great.
Right, but I'm saying, look how you thinking about it. The first place your mind goes is how officially we could blow something up.
Well,
as
I'm
opposed,
not sure. Now, to be fair, I'm not sure what they thought of first.
Okay.
Energy or blowing somebody up. I'm not sure, but I do know that they end up finding out that this thing could cause some wreck.
Nah, you were right. That's where their mind first went because that's how they think.
I mean, I don't blame them. Like you say, it's a doggy dog world. Like nobody's really, giving way. Everybody's trying to control something. And if you look at Africa right now, for example, you got the strong and the weak over there. You got the strong in control, and the weak hasn't had any power. And if you look at Mexico and their cartel, you got the strong ruling stuff, and the weak, pretty much got rules, beyond their will. So like this is just what we have in the world today. I don't know what time we go way back to Egypt, where it's a doggy dog world back then. So I don't know a time in this world where it wasn't doggy dog.
Right. Maybe that's what it is for us, man. Like that's the point that we as African people, I think that's it right there, unbiased. Like we can't come to that point mentally where we just have that kind of bestial type of primal thinking that's just pure, unadulterated, cold, efficient domination or wanting to, you know what I'm saying? Like we not cut like that,
And we should.
What you think, unbiased? What you think, bro? You think okay? You think maybe in order for us to get to where we aspire to want to be in terms of power and prestige, the only way is to have that type of mentality? Maybe it is, man. It might be.
Yeah. You know what? If you look at nature, same thing. All aspects of it. They call it natural selection. And you look at the animals. Like I love watching lions and crocodiles. Same thing. They say the average lifespan of a lion is 16 years. Do they make it? Probably not, because another lion came in and wrecked shop, especially from a male. He ain't gonna make it because another duo of brothers gonna come over there and take him out. So this is what it is, and until we understand that, man, we are gonna be behind. And guess what? In my opinion, it starts with STEM: science, technology, engineering, math, and anything else that can help contribute to that. Until we start taking, and like I was telling Unc the other day. Now, Unc sometimes can be a blackologist. But he's stuck in his ways. We need to take these fields seriously. So when Sarah Sue and City talk about banging on the beast, but you're not banging on the beast by talking crap. You bang on the beast by being educated as possible, man. The same way they was in Egypt learning all the ways. We got to do the same thing, man. Take advantage of living in this country. All this stuff is in Barnes and Nobles. The internet got a lot of it, and we can actually go to school. We got enough money, and there's books out here for us to make enough money. Like we can trade stocks and invest in stocks, whatever. It's here to do. Like the information is here. Like if you click on one stock video and you click on another video, you'll see stock infomercials from that point on. So we really don't have an excuse. We are just lazy, man. Like we are lazy. We don't, and we're lazy only because we're religious. Like we really believe that somehow somebody's gonna intervene and save us. When that thought is out of our head, when we finally realize collectively that unless we do it, nobody else can do it for us, I believe that's when we're gonna go cold hard, hard. We're gonna go hard in the paint. But right now,
Right.
like subconsciously, even though some of us don't believe we're religious, subconsciously we are. We really believe somehow, some way, it's just gonna work out, and that's still religious.
Yeah, because check this out. Check this out, Unbiased.
Yep.
All right. All right. So okay. Let's go to the concept of the Duat thing again, right? Egypt, the afterlife business, da 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 da. Right. Now, we've been having discussions, or the community has been having discussion the last couple of weeks about the whole literal versus figurative thing. Let's say it was all figurative, right? What we do know isn't figurative is the idea that the deeds that you have done in your lifetime, right? In terms of a moral compass, right and wrong, so if you were going around being a murderer, let's say, or a rapist or whatever, there is going to be some retribution paid to you via the universe, or some force, right, is going to exact this retribution to you post death, right? So even if those the things that they drew weren't literal, the concept behind it they absolutely believed in. Now, to go to what you're saying about how at a point we're going to have to cross a certain threshold where all of that is discarded, all of it, before we go really hard body in the paint, like you say, right? And what that's going to take, Unbiased, is the idea of really throwing away any concept of morality and there being any payback for it. Now, that isn't to say that we're not supposed to have morality, but the reality is morality is only exists by those who are empowered to enforce that morality.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no such thing as morality.
Right.
You know why?
Now, hold on, Unbiased. Hold on. I want to finish, because guess what, bro? Like when people say to Unc, like, oh, that's that white man shit and da 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 da, and Unc could get frustrated, because he see it like how you see it, right? In a very real, it's just about reality, period, right? And he's trying to communicate this, but you have a people naturally who are naturally moral people. That's who we are. And if you're going to tell our people that in actuality, there is no such thing as morality in an objective sense, it's just what your particular values are, that's going to be a hard sell, bro.
Yeah, I don't think we're naturally moral in that sense. I believe that we were sold, because you think about it, again, I'm not the best in African history, but from the little bit I know, that in their societies there was some inhumane behavior, that especially as Americans, that we would call inhumane. You dig? So that's at some point, their morale was compromised according to our standards today. So I don't think we're this morale people by the definition today. I believe that we did the same thing as everybody else. Like we had laws in place that benefited the elite, the people, to keep people in power. and it goes back to Egypt. Like I said, I keep going back to there. Like what they did there, we won't call that morale now. We'll call them niggas psycho, mass murderers. Today, looking back,
Mass murders because of war.
wait, nah, mass murders because retainers, bro. When the king died, everybody died with him. Horrible deaths. They was being poisoned, bro. They didn't want to. So, and you were born into it. You didn't choose to be a retainer because the king had to be served in the afterlife.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm not too familiar with that one. I know that it happened in time, but I don't know how long that happened. I don't think every.
Okay, look. Check this out. That was ancient Egypt because after a while they got wise and they started to like they started to bury fake people with them after a while. I forgot to ask exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And you see the same thing. You see the same thing in China too.
Right,
China was killing her. Actually, all cultures.
Guess what?
You see it in all cultures actually.
Guess what? 1,500 people were dying. 500. We ain't talking about 3 people. We're talking about thousands of people dying with the king, being poisoned beyond their will. People are fleeing the land so they can live. Oh, your king died? I'm out of here.
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah, that happened in all cultures.
Yeah. So my whole point is, I was saying to Haskell, is that I don't think we're this morale people you're claiming we are. I believe that we was going through immoral stuff like everybody else, looking from American eyes back.
Morality is all subjective, bro.
I said that.
Right. You know so you don't can't. So there's no such. There's no such thing as morality.
Right.
There's only morality to the person that's looking. You know what I'm saying? To the observer who's subjective. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
right, but what I'm saying though is we still subscribe to a concept of morality.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we believe
our concept. Yeah.
Right. We believe it's an actual thing. All right. So for example, we could talk about like the mafia or even those cartels, right? At a point in time, I don't know if it's still like this, you could be the most heinous killer, right? The most murderous serial killing, hitman or whatever the case may be, and they still held to a general rule of no women, no children. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And they would adhere to that strictly, Now, another group would come along and say, man, fuck that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If we at war, shit, all's fair. I'll kill your mama.
And they will be the winners.
Right. That's what I'm saying, unbiased. So are we at that point? You think black folks ready to have that type of mindset? Like,
so you think the most vicious will become the winner?
Right. I don't think that's a hard sell, bro.
I disagree.
Well, speak on it, bro.
Because I mean, look at America. They weren't the most vicious. You know what I'm saying? For them to get to where they were. Like slavery, you can look at slavery, but everybody had slaves.
Yeah.
Not like they did something that was just fucking groundbreaking. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They got on it by really education, information. You know what I'm saying? They started studying seriously. Because they was cool as hell to each other over there in England. Like you look at the little torture chambers and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they was doing all type of evil, sadistic shit, bro. Like just trying to think of the evilest ways like the nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then finally they broke free. Niggas started
burning people alive, bro.
For fun. just to see what it do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Then at some point they got together and was like, it got about their information. They started taking them books seriously. Once they got religion out the way, shit, it was over with. You know what I'm saying? Religion was the only hindrance. Once they separated religion from status quo, Shit,
Yeah.
it's on to the moon.
I talked about that earlier. Yep, that's what separates them from everybody else.
Right, but it's kind of divorcing itself of that mentally. Now, when you come to power, you set what standard you want. Now, you don't throw away your morality because naturally you're gonna have standards, right? So, for instance, the age of consent in Nigeria is 11 years old, right? Currently, would any of us, even if we were to be, let's say we were to move to Nigeria tomorrow, we're not gonna take advantage of that, whether it be legal or not legal. You know what I'm saying? Now, does that mean that in an objective sense it's right or wrong? No, it's only right or wrong if somebody could punish you for, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that used to be legal here.
Huh?
You know, that used to be legal here. 12 years old, like they just really got rid of that like couple hundred years or so ago.
Right,
Hey,
right.
remember niggas grandma was getting married and like your grandma got married, she's 12 years
13.
old. You know? Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Like
Nigga had kids and everything. Yeah, nigga had kids and everything. 13. So
Yeah.
finally it was like, you know what? Like this shit is not. We can't have a society where we're knocking up 12-year-old girls. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
old ass man just taking 13-year-old brides and shit with candy, with fucking $10 and some candy and shit.
Hell no.
At some point, niggas got together like, yo, we can't. This shit ain't right, bro.
Yeah, bro. I don't understand how that Nigeria thing is still like that. 11, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy.
How?
I told you. But Haskell, that goes back to what I was saying about Africans. Like we ain't got no goddamn more morale than anybody else.
Now somebody got to explain that one to me, man. One of these super West African cats like Marcy or
That's what I'm saying, man. Morality is
Yeah.
all
Now,
subjective.
Sean gonna dodge that question.
It's subjective.
somebody got to make that make sense to me, bro.
Yeah, Sean gonna dodge that question. You bring it up to him.
Shit, Kofi, one of them, Rob Bourne, one of them super West African dudes. Hey man, cause they banging East versus West like the 90s, man. East Africa versus West Africa, straight gang banging, dog. Shit funny as hell.
Yeah, you go to South Africa, like the South African were killing like West Africans. So you gotta understand, like, you can't look at it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't all skin folk ain't kin folk. You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly.
So
and
they ain't tripping on like y'all look at it, they like, man, where y'all get this black shit from? You know
Right.
what I'm saying? They looking at y'all, you know what I'm saying? They looking at us like, what the fuck you mean black? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Right,
like
understand what you talking about, nigga. That nigga's Somalian. You know what I'm saying?
Like the Pan-African concept. You know, that's it's not
you
real.
Made that shit up.
It's
Yeah,
right.
you made that shit up, man.
It's superficial and it's unrealistic, and we're delusional.
What's your hold on, but what's your, if you could like lay out your problems with Pan-Africanism, if you don't mind.
No, I don't have a problem with it per se, other than
I do.
It doesn't.
No, I was talking. I was talking to unbiased. No, I was actually, that question was to unbiased because he said
okay.
He said it was superficial.
I'll tell you real fast. Okay, it's unrealistic because it's poor planning, in my opinion. We need, like, how we trying to fix something in Africa when our communities are so poor. Like, I'm talking, when I say poor, I don't mean like financially. I mean communication wise. Like, we hate each other so much, bro. I can't even like wear what I want in my neighborhood, and I'm pretty sure any populated black neighborhood in America, not just mine, anybody, anywhere in America, I can't wear certain clothes. I can't drive a certain car and be comfortable around black people. So what I'm trying to say is, it's superficial and unrealistic. We need to first fix what we have here. Spend all our energy and resources and communicate here to fix what we have here, because it's right in front of us. How do we walk past each other today, tomorrow, and go to Africa?
But hold on, if I could interject just real quick before you move on to your next point, wouldn't you also then have to agree that fixing ourselves here, that is something that's also unattainable.
Yeah, right. So now, yeah, great point, Cube. So I always promote this. I always say fix yourself first. Make sure you're good, right? And then you build with other people who are good. And then y'all get together and build something collectively. See, that's more realistic. And then try to reach out to the people who are not good in America that's in your city. And then to get that going, then reach out somewhere across seas. But you got to make sure you are good first. And
But
that's our
that's
problem. We're
but
not
that's
good trying to hook up with each other.
but that's unattainable though, because what you're saying is what I glean from that is what you're saying is okay. Well, we need to all come together here and fix our, shit here first,
Right.
and then we could deal with, basically sweep in front of our door before we, try
Yeah,
to sweep in front of
exactly.
somebody else's door.
Exactly.
But realistically, that is not possible.
Wait.
You-
Okay. If you're talking about every 50 million black person, yes, unrealistic. I'm not saying that. I'm saying for one, like contrarian thinker, right? It turned out we were debating, but immediately once we figured out both of us that were interested in stocks, we stopped arguing and we start building on how we're gonna come together about stocks. You see?
Okay, now stop right there. What if he didn't know anything about stocks and didn't agree with that? Then
Then
you would have still been arguing, right?
right, yeah, yep.
So okay, so now you talk about all these other people that don't know anything about stocks. They would have just kept arguing with you,
Right.
and the
That's
majority
the
do.
thing. That's the thing. But I'm trying to say is that outside the queue, I'm trying to say it starts with us as individuals. Like
Individuals, yep.
we can't build with nobody. We're not right.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying, and I really agree with you for the most part when it comes to Pan Africanism. But I think your view on Pan Africanism may be a bit different than what it actually is because it's not necessarily about building up Africans. Excuse me, Africa. It's about the empowerment of Africans around the globe. So it's not necessarily about trying to build up Africa. It's about the empowerment of Africans.
Right. But guess what? That's a billion people that we're trying to empower, but in our community is only a couple thousand. So I'm trying to say like when we deal with research or experiments, you got to start small with your experiment before you can see it blow up and do something great. So if you can't do anything small with your experiment, then it will never do anything large with it. So I was saying,
But
what I'm trying to say, like we should do something small and see how it works, just with a small experiment.
But it, but
if I could ask Cube, right, in Pan Africanism, what is the unifying thread that binds all of us as Africans?
it's your descendancy.
Descendancy from the continent itself, right?
Absolutely.
Right. And how do you tell that descendancy?
I don't know. I
It,
think that's a
it's
bit of a. I don't want to
it,
disrespect you, but that's a bit of a silly question, bro.
it is silly because it's rhetorical, right? How we tell that descendancy is by looks. Would we agree on that?
Of course, come on, man.
Okay. Hold on, I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. Now, what I'm saying is that at the heart of Pan Africanism is this idea that there's this common bond between all of us who happen to look a
But
particular way.
but that's not an idea. It's a fact, though. It's not an idea that we descend from Africa. It's a fact that we descend from
No, no, no,
Africa.
no. Listen to what I said, Q. The idea is that there is a bond
Yes, and
between
that listen.
based on that.
Yeah, but you using the word bond in a different way that I'm talking about bond. When you talking about bond, you thinking about something spiritual or some kind of connection. What I'm talking about is that we come from the same place. That's it. Nothing metaphysical or nothing crazy or spiritual or religious. No, none of that shit. It's just that we come from the same place. That's the bond. That's the way I'm using the word.
Okay, so that's your idea of Pan Africanism because Pan Africanism is an ideal.
Okay, but in those ideals, there are facts that reside in those ideals. You are aware of that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But what I'm critiquing is I don't think the ideal is realistic because just because we come from a particular location or we all look a certain way, the bond that is there, even if you say it's actual, it isn't anything we can actually build on. It's it's not. You get what I'm saying?
No. I totally get what you're saying, because what you're attempting to say is that, this bond that we have is that we all descend from the continent, and trying to get a billion people together, that's not realistic. I would agree with you on that. But what is realistic is to be able to tell people, hey, you do come from the continent, and these are your brothers and sisters. So think before you speak, or think before you act, because this is your brother. And tearing down your brother can result in you not having a defense from that brother that you just tore down. So what I'm saying is this: if you live next door to me, I'm going to defend you to no end, because if I'm in a situation, I will want the same reciprocation.
Right.
So that's kind of how I look at it. Now, am I a Pan Africanist? Yes, loosely. But I know that Pan Africanism needs a refresher. It needs to be updated from the days of Marcus Garvey, and how people in the super pro blacks, how they practice it. I think it's wrong, because you're not, so like the brother said, you're not gonna get a billion people to come together and just buy black and all this other shit. That's not gonna fucking happen. But what
Right.
we do,
It's idealistic, man. Because look at the South Africans and the Nigerians. Like they want them fools out of their country, and they don't give a damn if you from the same landmass that I'm from and you look like. I don't give a damn.
but that
Y'all
shouldn't be, but listen, that shouldn't be a problem though. That should be an internal thing, because if you say, okay, and I heard about that though, about the South Africans wanting the Nigerians out of there. Now they should honor that and get the fuck up out of there, because they're not wanted. No different than if America says tomorrow all blacks need to be the fuck out of this country by March 23rd. Your black ass need to fucking go, or else there's gonna be some repercussions behind that if you continue to stay.
niggas will tear this
So
shit up.
so you need to honor that. Now that is a part of being brotherly. Now, no different than anybody who has ever let family in their house, to where they need to get on their feet, or they need to be there for a few weeks, or maybe in a few months. You tell them, hey, okay, well, hey, listen, man, you got about another month, and I'm gonna need you to get up out of here, because I need this room back, or I need this whatever the fuck. They gotta go. They gotta get this shit and go. So that's something that's internal, that needs to be taken care of. But that doesn't mean that I should hate you, motherfucker. You've been here long enough. What else do you want?
Right.
I don't see a problem with. I don't see a problem with that.
So in other words, then it should be like a base. There should be like a base level of respect and love. Just a base level.
Exactly. It's not. It's not a utopia. It's a respect. It's not a fucking utopia to where everything is just all gravy and sweet lullabies and all that bullshit candy. No, it should be a respect level. Because
Bruh, that boy ain't
what
trying
is
to
South
hear that shit.
But what if South Africa did that shit? What if South Africa did that to Nigeria, and all South Africans just migrated there and squatted, and what I'm saying, sucking up every fucking thing? What do you think America is doing? How they trying to get the Mexicans and shit out? And the shit is affecting black people, destructively. Where all of these people just hopping the border and coming and sucking up all the fucking resources and the jobs, even the bullshit
Yeah,
jobs that would normally go to black people, are going to other people that are not even from here.
yeah, especially on damn Mexicans, man, motherfucker right there.
Yeah, it's the same shit. And what what
Yeah.
what America and Donald Trump is telling Mexico, like, yo, man, how y'all not even respecting us? That you're not even gonna keep your fucking people up out of here, when y'all clearly, not destroying the fucking country, but you fucking up our economy. Even if you fucking up 1% of America's economy, that's a lot.
Yeah,
We talking about trillions of fucking dollars. That's a
yeah.
lot.
Yeah, but Pan Africanism came about as a necessity. Like if it wasn't for what we endured with the transatlantic slave trade, Pan Africanism would have never been birthed.
Right, right. And
Yeah,
outside of Cuba, I was gonna ask you, like, have you ever considered the possibility of that just being superficial? Like, what if it is just what it's supposed to be?
Well, no, it is superficial.
No,
And,
no.
and
What I'm trying to say is, what if have you okay? So when you plan, right, in anything in life, you're supposed to plan for the pros and cons. The possibility and the impossibility of it just might not just go where you want, and then you got to do a backup plan. So what if Pan Africanism is just a superficial thought that was never supposed to happen and it never can happen? So what's the backup plan from there?
Well, number one, we can't think about it, the woulda, coulda, shouldas. We live in
But
2020.
that
We live
that's
in
good, but that's how
we,
you
we
plan.
we live in today. So and then when you talk about the superficial thing, but when I go to a fucking job for an interview, I shave, I get my dreads retwisted, and all this other type of shit. That's superficial, but this superficial shit is getting me to a particular point to where I can then go and do X, Y, and Z.
No,
So
no,
you
no,
can't
no,
just
no. No, that's not what I meant. What I mean about the job is this. Okay, so now to my planning. Now at the job interview, you got a plan. Your planning is if you get hired, how you gonna, go with the job and pay bills and save money. And then the other thing is the possibility of not getting a job. What are you gonna do from there? Are you gonna give up
what's see but see that's the thing though. You can't just settle. You can't just be in a situation to where
Juju.
you can't just be in a situation to where you only have one door available to you.
right?
So
So but that was my point though. I was going like that's how you plan. Like you plan for the greatness and you plan for the failures of it. So what if it wasn't just meant to be? The whole thought is just ludicrous and it just is what it is. Like Africa would just be divided.
but see, like you said though, African Americans are the ones that created Pan Africanism. We created that shit. It wasn't no Africans or other motherfuckers, Africans around the globe created that shit. But we created it out of necessity. Now, that's when I said earlier it needs to be refreshed because a lot of these things were not taken into account. That's why you have motherfuckers praising Marcus Garvey and all this other bullshit. That shit ain't getting us nowhere. Real talk. It's just really not. Because you know what, we're not being honest with ourselves. We leave the church and we run to Egypt and we run to all this other bullshit that's not getting us nowhere. We're not, like you said, we don't have a plan. Pan Africanism ain't got no fucking plan. It has no direction. The shit you can wake up. Listen, you can wake up tomorrow and put a red, black, and green
Right.
flag behind you. Turn on your YouTube camera, say you hate the white man and all this other dumb shit, and you working at
And,
McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? Like
and you
it's
just and you just
nothing.
answer why Pan Africanism is ineffective. Just everything you
No, I
just said.
agree. I 100% agree. That's why I said it needs to be refreshed. I agree with you. It
Nah,
needs to be refreshed.
it needs to be refreshed over there in Africa. They
Now, I
need
would
to
agree
get
with
it.
that too. I would agree with that too.
Then yeah, that shit needs
They
to
need to be
develop
the
over
main
there
ones.
first, and
Yeah, yeah.
then yeah.
I mean, there are
They need to be
nations.
the
There are nations on the continent that are, you know, working. They're working synergistically. Like
Yeah,
recently,
Small little groups, man.
but
I'm
but
talking
like,
about,
like
but see,
recently,
Their idea of Pan Africanism is Africa's over there. They're not
yeah,
even thinking about
exactly,
us.
exactly.
That's
They're
that's
I
thinking,
was gonna say
that's a
this.
whole nother story, bro.
I was
yeah.
gonna say this. How can they respect us talking about what they should do when we ain't when that's my whole point is we aren't doing it over here.
But see, that's the thing though. They don't have to
Where's the
respect
pan
us.
African American?
But see, that's the thing though. You gotta understand one thing, and people may hate me for saying this, who are super pro black, but the Africans who are welcoming, African Americans back, they want our fucking resources. You know what I'm saying? They want us to they want our knowledge, they want our skill sets to be able to come over there and build this shit up. Like that's really what it is.
so
Now,
so
there's
you
if
nothing wrong
get
with that.
That's
no,
good
no,
business.
I was just about to say,
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with that, but we have to also begin to take advantage of those things because
well
it
hold on.
makes
But we're in okay. I okay. You're overseas. I'm over here in America. I'm saying what's okay. We're trying to get Africa together, but we over here and we're not together. Like you don't see that as a problem. Like I would think we'll get ourselves together over here first to show the
but
example.
but that's not gonna happen though, bro. We live in a society to where the
But wouldn't it
Europeans
be
are
easier to get a Americans together, African Americans or Black Americans together easier. We're smaller numbers, and we're living amongst each other. You dig, speak the same language.
We can't do it over here. We definitely ain't doing it in Africa.
So
Yeah,
I think Cube.
see, I'm not saying that.
I think he mean mentally first though over here. Yeah,
But
just
see-
on the mental
Man,
level.
listen,
But see, listen to what you.
language over here. We got the same
so
culture.
mentally, mental telepathy.
But see,
No,
listen.
no,
But
no.
see, but see,
Come
listen
on
what you said. But see, listen what you said earlier. You said, okay, well, I was talking to this one dude. You know, what I'm saying we was arguing, and then once we talked about stocks, we stopped arguing. Well, you can't just limit your scope to the motherfuckers that's here. You have to, you have to enlarge your scope to other motherfuckers that also may be thinking like you. You see what I'm saying? And we have the internet now to where we can reach anybody on the globe in half a second. As soon as you press the enter key, they'll get that shit on their phone or their computer or wherever they at, wherever the end user is, they'll get that shit in less than half a second. So you can't
Right,
just
but Q, let me ask you a question, bro. You know, and I'm gonna risk sounding like unbiased here. In your estimation, if you had to put a percentage on it, right? How many people out of our people in the United States right now are forward thinkers like you, like unbiased?
Don't do it. They can't put a number on it. I hate when niggas do loose
Point
percentages based
0.00008%.
subjective. Yeah, you know, 87% of niggas cross the country. I hate that shit, bro.
No,
Don't
no,
do
no.
that,
All right.
bro.
Now, don't even put a number on it. Would you say that?
Yeah.
Would you say there's a critical mass of people to where it would make a material difference?
absolutely.
No, I definitely disagree. I know unbiased disagree.
Hell yeah, that's that black algebra there.
Quick,
Nah,
Cube.
no,
Cube, hold on, Cube. You know, like the majority of us right now, like the main thing we concerned about is the next level in hip hop episode.
but that's what I'm talking about though.
That's where we at right now, though. That's where we at.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, cause what I'm saying is this: out of my family, I'm the only person that thinks the way that I think. So I thought that's what you were saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Cube. We the nerds, bro. We like
Yeah,
we
that's
the
what I'm saying.
outcast. We the outcast, bro.
Word.
But I
You're
thought you
supposed
were
to be the
saying,
nerd, though. You're supposed to be
but
the nerd. Like,
but but
especially
but I,
our generation.
but I thought you were saying that there's a critical mass of people that don't think like us. That's what I thought you were saying.
No, no. What I was saying is, do you think we have a critical mass of people now who think like
Oh
us or forward think?
no,
Right.
hell no. You could
Ex-
go,
Uh-uh.
bro. You could
Y'all,
go you can go anywhere in America right now. Any black people, they and I want to be disrespectful, but they're zombies. They're going to work every day. They're thinking about their paycheck. They're thinking about when they get their taxes. They're gonna do X, Y, and Z and spend it. They're not thinking about the betterment of black people. They're just not.
that's
And
I
what I'm
mean,
saying.
like I said, y'all got some terrible ass families, man. And first off, you gotta focus on self first. Like we can't just have this idea like we just finna just make our people better. Like we just like unbiased said, like it starts. We need better family structures across the board. So it might take a century for us just working on our family structure itself without even doing a university because that'll help us build university.
yeah, but listen to what you're saying, bro. Now listen to this.
Let me finish explaining for then you go in. Like this recently we vacationed in Florida, me and my family. And we was sitting back thinking like, yo, I remember when I was a kid, nigga, if I had to borrow $40, it was an issue. Like that's major. You know what I'm saying? And we looking at our family now and how we're in a better position now than our family ever was. So we thinking like, man, you know what? If we can get these kids to top us, like
Right.
we're vacationing in Florida, now we can get them our next generation vacation in Abu Dhabi, then our job is done. Then our job is done. And then each family got to be on that same mode. You know what I mean? But it ain't something that we gonna see in our lifetime. We gotta look
We're theirs.
centuries in the future. You know what I'm saying?
But listen to what you talk about. You talk about vacations in Abu Dhabi and Florida.
I'm
Like,
talking about look, don't do the literal. Like, get what I'm saying as far as
No, I'm not
being able
being.
to maneuver, being able to a family structure, life insurance,
Yeah,
home.
what you're saying is
Yeah.
have financial mobility. I get what you're saying. And what I'm saying is that the majority of black people don't think like that. And you know that to be a fact. You can cite your family and say, okay, well, my family doesn't think, my family, that they thinks this way. They have a upward and forward thinking mindset. But go out into the world, into your neighborhood, into your
That's not
city.
my that's not my
Motherfuckers,
argument though. My argument is not that everybody like most black people do. The argument is we got to work on our family structure first.
yeah, but you
See
gotta
what I'm saying?
understand. Okay, but listen, bro, you saying
We
we have
can't
to work
save
on.
the nation without getting our families right, bro.
Bro, I agree with you, but you gotta understand one thing. Most people don't think like that, and that was the question that he asked me.
Yep.
Most people don't give a fuck about their family
Yep.
structure. It's me, me, me,
Oh.
me, me. I'm going to do this. I'm gonna watch Love and
So
Hip
how do
Hop.
you get there? How do you get to that point?
What education, bro? Education.
Exactly,
And
right? But it's gonna take solo dolo for a minute. Everybody getting their shit together, right?
Yeah.
but listen, I agree with that, bro, because I'm one who, you know, I don't have a high tolerance for people when they start talking about the white man and shit like that and what he's done and all other bullshit. I've studied it, I understand what it is, but to me, that shit's in the past and we need to fucking move forward. Not saying forget it and no, none of that shit.
Hey,
So
like how many of y'all homeboys like they main thing still to this day? Like I'm 38, and a
fucking
lot of my
bitches and
homeboys. Right, that's what I'm saying. How many of y'all homeboys? Because I'm speaking for my homeboys that I grew up with. They
it's the
still,
same everywhere, bro. It's the
they still
fucking
think
same everywhere.
they main concern still at our age is where they could get the next $5 or the $10
Right.
for a bag of weed, bro.
And see, that's what I'm talking about. Because what Sosa's saying, he's spot on, but he's saying, well, we got to get ourselves right. I agree with that, but you also got to understand that while we're trying to get ourselves right, you got a million motherfuckers around you who don't give a fuck. Like right now,
Exactly.
you could go to the ATM or wherever and what I'm saying, get robbed, get killed on some dumb shit. It's the good niggas that die. The fuck niggas, they
Yeah, ain't
live.
never gonna change though. Ain't never gonna. It's always gonna be
No,
like
no, that
that.
can't.
Ain't
No,
never
that no,
gonna
that
change.
can no, that can change, bro. That shit can change.
So what Unbiased was saying is right then in terms of where you start talking about Africa and us interfacing with them and building some sort of, Pan-Africanist type of model as a whole, as a collective right now, we're on too much of a bestial level. Like,
Nah. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I disagree
just
with. Let me tell you why I disagree with what Unbiased said when he was basically referring to cleaning our shit up first. I prefer to deal with an African woman on the continent versus waiting for one of these hood rats to get their mind right or to what I'm saying, realize that shit is fucked up. Fuck them. They're lost cause and they're just gonna have to die off and whatever the fuck. I'd rather deal with a woman an African woman from Brazil or whatever the fuck, because her mind is on right. So it's go time. You see what I'm saying? That's why I disagree with that, because I understand you saying swoop in front of your door. I get that. But sometimes you have to go outside your fucking house to get the supplies to come back in to maintain your shit.
I get that, but my thing is this though. I feel like that is.
My fault, man. I was just letting y'all know this Freetown. I'm in here. I just wanted to let y'all know that I just sneak a couple comments in, but I ain't mean to kill it. But go ahead.
No, peace. No, my thing is this, man. And I said to my niggas the whole time, like, we spend too much time focusing on niggas that ain't doing shit, and too much energy directed toward what motherfuckers ain't doing, and then the niggas that's doing shit, we ain't giving them niggas no boost, no nothing to get where they going. Because we looking at these bum ass niggas behind us. Like, I'm not looking at these bum niggas.
I am.
Saying,
I
like,
am.
you feel me? Cause I mean, cause you know what I mean. I'm good. I know what I'm gonna do, but my focus is on the niggas that's doing something, bro. So when I see when I walk up on the corner and I see some little knucklehead niggas, I ain't fucking with them little knucklehead niggas. I done been through that life. I'm looking for the niggas. Hey, oh shit, what's up, bro? Oh shit, you collecting cash? Picking up trash with some cash, bro? Here you go. Here's $10, little nigga. Matter of fact, here's some money for. You know what I'm saying? Focus on the niggas that's doing some shit.
But listen, you know why I'm focused on these motherfucking niggas? It's because I got a daughter. And when she gets of age, she may try to be with one of these motherfucking knuckleheads. You see what I'm saying? So I get a return by trying to pull these motherfuckers out of the mud. I get a return on my investment. Now the motherfuckers who are just too gone and they're just done, let them die off and separate yourself from them. That's why I don't trip. Like I don't. That's why I don't trip off the interracial relationships and shit like that. Because a lot of motherfuckers just not worthy of your time, your energy. They're just not fucking worthy. So you got to be worried about some of these motherfuckers, dog. Because if you
can't.
All right, let me jump in real quick. Let me jump in real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Just to jump on the Pan-Africanism talk right quick. My whole thing is the time for collective Pan-Africanism, meaning a whole large group, is a wrap, because people are too assimilated into American society to give up what they think they will have to give up to go over anywhere else anyway. But as a West African, when I say as a West African, I'm saying I grew up here. I was born in Washington, D.C., but both my parents are from Sierra Leone. So I know what it takes to go over there with a little bit of money and a little bit of know-how and build homes and houses and can actually change your life if that's what you want. The problem, I think, is most people here, they are willing to put up with the bullshit for the few accoutrements they think that they won't get anywhere else. That's it. It ain't got shit to do with your family if you leave Jamaica or you leave somewhere else to come over here because you did it once before. I think it's a lot of excuse making. I think it's a lot of people talking smack who have never traveled anywhere in their life to see that you can live an actual productive, great life somewhere else. It's a bunch of scared talk. You trade one for the other. Like, you don't mind these officers smacking you in your head, as long as you can watch ESPN. Not knowing you can watch ESPN in Africa. You know why I know? Because I've done it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to take more trips. Y'all need to travel to ones who have. I don't know any of y'all on here, so I don't know how much travel.
You sound familiar, bro. You sound familiar.
Y'all need to go travel a little bit more and see that everything you can have. That's why I don't understand. That's why I stay away from like the sector on YouTube where dudes be just, or anywhere, social media where dudes just constantly bashing women, getting at women. Because I'm like, dude, I don't have to deal with a woman who I know outright doesn't like black men, because there's so many women out here who really love black men. So why would I even pay attention to what you're talking about?
Hey, Freetown, you go by another name, bro. You sound mad familiar.
Nah, I don't know. I mean, I got a brother, or you might know, he a battle rapper, so you might have heard him talk before. You know what I'm saying? So it's a familiarity there.
Now, you just sound like a dude I beat up in a discussion one time. That's all.
Who is this? Who is this?
Nah, I don't even remember the dude, but I'm just saying you sound familiar. But that's not. I feel you.
You know what?
I feel you.
I rarely ever get online, and if I get on here and talk, and if I do, it's usually on Brother Garfield. But I haven't had too many discussions with anybody to say that that's what happened. Listen, but for real, I'm humbled. I'm here to learn. I listen. I take stuff in. But when it comes to the West Africa thing, I always feel a need to jump in, especially when Haskell be on his shit. Sometimes he be talking some foolishness. He's a smart dude, with all due respect, but sometimes you don't know what you're talking about sometimes. And I can
gotta
tell.
Get on Haskell. He a G though. He a G.
Yeah, he listen. He
you know what I'm saying. He will listen. You know what I'm saying. Like, that's what I like about him. He listen.
And that's a fact. But I'm gonna wrap it up real quick. All I'm saying is, Pan-African isn't for everybody, and I'm gonna keep it real. As a West African that grew up here in America, I don't want every African American to come over there, and that's just the truth. We don't need every African American to come over there. But here's what I'm trying to say: Black people, they want to mimic everybody except for those that are the most successful. I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you. When you go over there, it's plenty. It's not a lot, but it's plenty of white people moving around like they own the place. They not, and it's not on some exaggerated they being worship shit. No, they come over there and they do business. And what I'm telling you, you don't have to be some phony wannabe African, African American for you to come over there with that little bit of bankroll you have over here and say, listen, I want to purchase this land. How much do I need to build this house? And nobody is going to fuss or fight with you. There won't be no machetes flying, nothing.
Niggas will scam you though for that land too.
Listen, here's the deal. Listen, here's the deal. There's scammers all over this world. Stop making excuses.
Yeah, but we talk about Africa, bro. I don't give a fuck about the whole world, nigga. We talk about Africa. Niggas will scam you, accept that shit and move on, bro. I made a statement that was factual.
I had. Listen, bro, hold on, chill. I have. What I'm telling you is, hold on. What I'm telling you, the same smarts that you use to avoid a scam anywhere, you use them over there. You get down on the ground with the people. You find somebody you trust, and you get it popping. That's the excuse. Yeah, in Africa they scam me, but they again. So you're gonna sit here and deal with getting your ass kicked for the rest of your life, trying to teach your kids collectively how to avoid, A, B, C, D, F, G.
So let me ask you this question: are you trying to move back to Africa? Is that one of your goals?
Listen, here's what I'm trying to do. Here's what I'm trying to do.
No. I want you to answer that question, and then you can go on into.
Am I trying to move to Africa?
Finish, because I want to chime in real quick, and you redirecting all the way. So show some respect.
Hold on.
Yeah, let Juju get it. Juju been in for a second too.
What do you ask? Repeat the question. I couldn't hear you. Somebody jumped in.
Yeah, my question was, are you trying to move back to Africa? But I'm not gonna ask any follow-ups because
no. Listen, I don't plan on dying in this country. No, of course. I'm. That's why I send money back home. That's why my mother built a big old house over there. That's why I contribute to any land development over there. Yeah, why not?
I wish I had that connect. Go ahead, Juju, say something.
Peace, family. Abibi Fahodi got Blackology on deck for all y'all who hate it. Anyway, I'll be listening in and out. And for those who know, I am Pan-African or follow the ideology. You can call it dead. That's fine and all, but understand the framework and why it was placed. I feel like when we have some of these conversations, there are very poignant points that are missed that we have to address at every angle, especially if you want to point fingers or you want to hold us accountable for certain things. For instance, I'm gonna go on a little bit of rant, but I'll make it really quick. Bias was talking earlier today about how white people are pretty much on the forefront of scientific development, like they're number one. But also understand that the time that science began to evolve, those Caucasians, Europeans, however you want to label them, also had control and agency to allow that development. Hence, lots of things happen on the continent of Africa, which could, hinder that, so to speak. Another point I want to make is we can talk about our issues and our problems, but perspective is everything. And let's be very clear that you need to give Black people, Black African people, the Proto-Atlantic African American, however you want to label us, more credit than what we do or what I hear lots of times. Let's not forget where we've come from. Let's not forget where we're going. You can move back to Africa. You don't have to move back to Africa. You can embrace everything about America, but let's be 100. That continent holds a lot of resources. And for all the capitalists, and people like to call me anti-capitalist, understand we live in that global market. I don't always agree with every ideology or principle that comes behind that, or even how that system came about, but that's the world we live in. And as far as science and technology goes, and as far as the expansion of those agencies internationally, to be competitive, I think it's imperative that Black African Americans align themselves with those on the continent. There are many African scholars in all disciplines who are doing profound work. So those global interactions and connections are profoundly important, more so for our evolution or all these things we want to see, like our place in the advancement of sciences, us creating, self-defining, and owning agency. How Professor Small says that when you talk about spirituality, we always talk about food, clothing, and shelter. And then you add on land, labor, and resources. So understand, like, those are the fundamental basis of what Pan-African strategists talk about, even when we do speak of Marcus Garvey. And the cube, I get what you're saying. Lots of people like to rest in the past and be very stagnant and not move. But when I say we don't give each other enough credit, because when I mean, I live in the hood, I stay thick, I stay in the weeds. Pardon the vernacular, but if I give you a little bit of background, you'll get what I'm saying. So when you're in the gutters, when you're in the trenches, there's a lot that a lot of us don't know. But to say that one person's not thinking about generational wealth for his daughter, like most of the dope boys I know are thinking about trying to sustain general wealth for their daughter. And it shocks me sometimes, because I had a few that I know still in life, like, come ask me recently, like, Juju, what can I read till I really get, on the culture tip? I really want to know more about me. See, that's profound, because you have to understand my degree is in criminology. I did a lot with psychology and a lot with children, and the development of criminal behavior, particularly among young Black boys. So when you understand some of these fundamentals and why we in our situation have chosen the way our lives are lived and the actions that we've taken, there's lots of points that you just can't miss, you just can't gloss over, you just can't call them fuck niggas in the hood who don't care. It's the reason why they don't care no more. A lot of pain and trauma they went through to feel like they don't have to care anymore. But to say that they don't have that same thrive, it's a lot of them that do have that thrive, that do wanna leave some generational wealth. They just don't know how, they don't know where to look. It's a lot about access and knowing and having those type of things. So I do my best to try to address that type of like knowledge or information divide. Yes, people have to want to go out there and seek it and get it for themselves, but my whole rant is the point on have a little bit more credit. And it's gonna take us interlocking with that continent of Africa, I believe, to move us further, especially scientifically, economically, to be having control over these resources or whatnot, and not letting everybody pander us still to this day. I'll end my rant. Thank you.
Like I don't disagree. I don't disagree with a lot of what you said. Juju. Like I said, my thing is like focus on the people that are doing things. Like I don't like. I think we waste too much time talking about or dealing with the people that ain't doing stuff. That's one of the reasons why. This is one of the reasons why I don't like Claude Anderson. You know what I'm saying? Because we do a lot of like just beating up on Black folks. And like, I don't need to hear that shit. Like, I know all the ills of Black folks. I'm sick of hearing it. So talk to me about something that's gonna move us forward, or don't talk to me. That's just really how I go at it. You know what I'm saying? And as far as science go, though, look, Japan is first. I think China will be second, then England, United States.
But they just play video games, dog.
Ain't no damn video games. They lead the world in science. It'll be Japan. I think China would be next, then the United States would be third, if not fourth. But I also
think, what do we want to call science? Because for me, I look at all different cultures have made great contributions when it comes to, scientific development. But I also judge like what's the morale behind that. Like if this science is more, destructive or detrimental or harmful to nature, like in my small definition, I don't really call that science. See, I call science something that's in the advancement of evolvement of man, not a detriment or something to kill. You get what I'm saying? So also let's be careful what we're giving people credit for when we talk about science or doing some, other shit. It
blow some shit up.
Right, Jolanda, we was talking about that earlier, because I was saying the very first place that Unbiased's mind went to with the free technology, the helium-3 from the moon or whatever, was how officially we could defeat somebody or conquer somebody or blow something up. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely.
Freetown, bro. I think I had said something about West Africa on Garfield's show. I said, man, like West Africa, like the mad rapper, and Egypt, like the triple platinum artist. And like if West Africa want, some kind of clout in the eyes of the masses. Like, you got to
Yeah,
spice.
they gotta spice up the history. Yeah, I remember that.
That what got you all this pressure with me, bro? It's
No, that was I'm gonna keep it real with you. I forgot about that. But but now that you bring it back up, that did make me a little crunchy. I'm gonna keep it real because I'm like, sexy history up. Like, why do you need, like, if you have an interest in history, the motivation is your own to follow it. I just think that it's nice and shiny over there in Egypt. It's not loincloths and spears. That's why people love, Egypt. A lot of time, a lot of money has been devoted to unearthing Egypt. So people just want to align themselves with it. That's why right now, with this whole debate situation, I'm more or less on the side of Garfield, because I've always felt, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I'm not Egyptian. You know what I'm saying? And mind you, my paternal ethnicity, people always talk about it, the migration from the east. You know what I'm saying? Like, my paternal folks, Madingo, Susu Madingo. You know what I'm saying? Whereas my maternal, they're Kissy. They're all on that whole west coast of Africa. But my parents are Sierra Leone, Via, and all my grandparents, everybody else are from Guinea. But I'm like, why would you need to dress it up? But it's just going to take a little bit more effort if those are the roots you want to attach to. Because right now it's a lot of convenience. People always, like, right now I'm seeing on other stations, they're always kind of forcing down your neck that here's a scientific proof. Here's proof that that there was migration all over Africa. So then why aren't y'all claiming South Africa? Why y'all not claiming what the kingdoms over there in Zanzibar on the east coast of Africa? Why is it Kemet? Or got a lot of great.
It's the flower, bro. It's the flower that, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta give it credit, though.
All of it. We
Hold
can
on,
claim
hold on.
No.
all of it.
It's all about. I agree.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, as a West African, I'm like, damn, which
As
one of
an
those?
African,
Hey, Freetown, check this out.
Listen,
Check this out, right?
I get it. I'm telling you, I get it. As an African, I understand. But what I'm saying is,
All
I
right.
don't want
Freetown,
to.
check this out right quick, right? Look at this. All right, when I said y'all got to spice it up a little, right? Garfield actually agreed with me, right?
Oh, that's fine. That's Garfield.
Hold on. For me, I don't need to spice it up because I'll listen to a 2-hour presentation by Masi, or I'll go read on the Serer people or whatever. But I realize that in the grand scheme, I'm an anomaly. And all of us on this panel are anomalies if we're being honest with each other. Now,
I agree.
what I am saying is, if you want West Africa, and I'm talking about the guys like your Rob Orns and your Garfield, if you want West Africa to be held in a prestige, you're going to have to do some packaging and you're going to have to do some marketing. Why? Because that's how human beings operate in large groups and collectives. It's the reason why our ancients, when they passed down knowledge, they would put it in little in stories and characters. And you understand, when you're trying to pass down information to large groups of people, you got to make it palatable.
The problem is, I don't mean to cut you off, my fault. The problem is West Africa is not attached in any way to the biblical Abrahamic timelines, other than in the historical context of some kind of servitude. You know what I'm saying? And some kind of, it's a little bit of trade and business, but then some kind of domination. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. I think there's a specific reason why it makes more sense to love Kemet, because then you can say, well, as far as the Abrahamic faith, we created Jah.
Right,
so
but
I'm a part of this.
Listen,
the thing about it is whether it's true or not. My thing is, West Africans, we are who we are. If you want to go over there and experience what West Africa is, you may have to go over there and experience it and gain your connection that way. There aren't any sexy stories. There are few, like, but you have to read outside sources. You have to read Arabic sources and some of the
Right.
Portuguese sources
But hold on.
in order to know that, yes, when the Portuguese first landed on the coast, they was getting massacred. They had to leave. The first voyages from Portugal to West Africa were not successful. They had to turn back around because West Africans was giving them hell. But
Freetown. Let me jump in right quick, bro. And that's what I'm saying. All right. I was on YouTube one day, and somehow I came across this presentation by this white dude. He does these presentations on civilizations that rose and fell or whatever. And he was just happened to be doing one on the Songhai Empire, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And when I tell you that the way how he put together that particular presentation was so enthralling, right? Going from the point before Songhai or that particular area had taken on Islam, going to the point where the Askias came in, he was going into detail as to why it fell off, because they didn't have these structured means of succession in terms of the kingship.
Mm-hmm.
And he was going into the details of how when the Moroccans invaded and the Gatling, I mean, it was exquisitely put together. And that's what I'm saying. There's plenty in West Africa. I disagree with you. There is plenty there where you can, like you said, when they was whooping the Portuguese ass and all that. And I see Dr. Mayat doing that right now with the little cartoon thing I saw on Sonetta. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Like if the strategy, right, the strategy can't just be, man, why y'all always giving Kimmon all the like, you know what I'm saying?
No, I get it. I'm not. I try to be like that. I just be like, damn, y'all. Even on y'all consciousness and wokeness, y'all still falling back to the, to old, kind of religious tropes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, well, we want to align ourselves with the perception of greatness. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, damn, it's so much more on the continent. And I think it's a little bit, it's like convenient scholarship, or how convenient it is that all of a sudden you can trace your lineage back. Out of all the ethnicities on the West Coast that ended up on those ships, for sure yours is the one that is connected to Kemet. Great. You know what I'm saying? And what is that going to, what is that going to do for you? You know what I'm saying? Whereas I know for the Mandingos, when they came over here, the iron, they were working iron. They were the blacksmiths. They were the ones who established blacksmithing in like places like Charleston, South Carolina. Matter of fact, my son, his step grandfather, learned how to do blacksmithing in Charleston, South Carolina, from one of the oldest and premier blacksmiths in that area. You know what I'm saying? Who had it passed down for generation from when his folks came here. That came from the Mandingos. If you go to the museum down there, there's a plaque explaining that to you. That came from
I'm Geechee, bro. I'm from Charleston.
That's what. So you know what I'm talking about, right there in Charleston. Right there, I got my son, his maternal family, all from like Johns Island, like Solid Creek and all that over there.
Yeah,
was that James Island? I be forgetting.
James Island. Yeah, James Island, Johns Island, right by each other.
That's right, over there by Mosquito Beach and all that.
South Carolina. So I'm a freshwater Geechee.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling. We on the platform, so we say Freetown, Sierra Leone. I already knew. I'm like, you talk about the same type of kinship.
And you want to know? Hey, listen. The funny thing is, his mother and her peoples back in the day used to joke and say, "Y'all could be cousins," because my people are directly from there, and all her people they grew up. The most immediate family, meaning the mother, the father, and all of them, grew up in New York. But all of the grandparents and on down, they're all from Charleston.
Freetown. I believe it's up to us, though, to start glorifying that history. The reason why Kemet is looked upon in a certain light is because of the transparency and the availability of information, how most of the information is funneled to us first. You understand? And yes, it may be a habit of convenience, but we know better now. So people are doing better. I don't think there's anything wrong with embracing all of it. From everything that I've learned and studied on, like, one thing we can fundamentally say is there is a parent culture that lies beneath most, if not all, the cultures on that continent. So that's important to understand. That's why I'm very quiet when we have these kinds of discussion of we're strictly West African, there's no relation and things like that. I think there's a lot still to be discovered. Not that I don't agree, not that I don't disagree, but there's a lot other to be discovered, and there's more for me on basis to have respect for that parent culture and understanding all of them. For me in particular, like what really got me going, and just in a sense of pride, Kemet or not, Egypt or not, is that when I was in Jacksonville, I was 15, and Ramses II exhibit was on a world tour, and I got to go see that exhibit. So, you know, there was no denying that those were African people, and that's important for someone like me, being an African American, trying to find that sense of connection as a child. So it's about how we go about it. And if we have issues with West Africa not being glorified, we also have to understand it's attached to slavery. And we have to understand the hurt and the pain and the psychological trauma that we go through. And that's funny because that's something very telling in the book that I'm reading with Ancie Bailey, talking about this silence of having anything to do with slavery and how it was such a taboo thing. Very interesting, and how we weave through that. So there's a lot to that, to maybe why. And it's just up to us now to start glorifying that history. We can do that. So
yeah, and you got to look at too, like when you look at Kemet though, in Egypt, like I'm 47. Like Egypt been going strong. Like they've been trying to make that white since I was 5 years old. Since I was watching TV, and I remember looking at those people, go, man, they look like black people. You know what I'm saying? So they had, Egypt has been on such a long run, bro. This influenced so many other black people before we even got into anybody even mentioned West Africa. So like we're just like right now we're just getting caught up with West Africa.
Even though all of your Africanisms come from West Africa, it's like Kemet is over there so shiny. Like, but I ain't about to keep complaining about that. I understand exactly what y'all are saying, and I actually agree with Haskell. I like the way he said it, but I actually agree with him that maybe now there's a clear and concise point that you need to not necessarily force feed, there needs to be more presentations. More and I try. I'm gonna keep it real. I try to connect. I'm gonna try to connect Garfield or even bigger platforms like Sonetta with some of the people I know. Because without saying too much, my pops is a professor at one of the major historically black universities, and I think he's part of the African Studies department. But a lot of them be really, really religious. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like for instance, like the one he was like an uncle to me named Dr. Yang, Suleiman Yang. He was the head of the African Studies department at Howard University. But he was super religious. So he passed, RIP to him like last year. But any of the resources I have, man, Africans, I'm gonna be honest with you, man, are notoriously religious. Like the Christians are super Christian, the Muslims are super Muslim. So it's hard for me to get them to have a very constructive conversation about the history, ethnic history of them, ethnic, like kind of like of African history, because it's almost like they don't like to go into African spirituality like that. You know what I mean?
It's like kind of taboo, like to divulge that stuff.
It depends, because I do have an uncle that's part of Polo Society, and they won't talk about that. You know what I'm saying? He has the scars on his back and everything. And I remember when I being young and asked him how he got the scars on his back, and he was like, I was initiated. He would never say any more than that. If I can talk to him again, I want to convince him to kind of talk about it, but he really won't. Just like I have a cousin, female, she's grown now, who is circumcised, and she says it openly. You know what I'm saying? She has a magazine called SIA magazine. I put it out there, SIA magazine. And she come, a lot of these, like when these white activists come at her, she kind of gets into kind of a little bit graphically about it, but it's not nothing that she regrets. So the story of
Like
say
she
these girls from that.
embraces the mutilation. No, I want to say mutilation. Does she look at it as mutilation, or does she not see it?
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. No, and a lot of women don't. That's what I'm trying to say. Like
subject.
a lot of women. I tried to get her when Marcy was talking about it. I sent her a message and was trying to get her to come on and discuss it, but I don't know what happened. She was a little apprehensive. She did.
Is there something practical with that Freetown? The female.
No, it's as practical. Listen, it's as practical as it is for males. What's the difference?
No. I'm asking.
Why is it?
No,
why is it looked at so harshly though? In some circles.
I mean, well, because listen, honestly, that is it's a Western societal concept of the difference between males and females, what males should go through and what females should go through. That's where it stops. There are plenty of women, like I said, she'll tell you, who have healthy sex lives, who have
that's mutilation.
Hold on. Hey, listen. I'm not gonna.
I understand it's African, but I disagree.
That's a good build. I want to hear about it.
Hold on. I'm not gonna argue with you if that's how you feel. I'm not, because right now, if I'm not, well, listen. What I'm saying is I'm willing to listen to your side. But this is what I will say. I'm torn if I ever have a son again. My son is grown now. He's be 15 soon. If I will have them circumcised, because it's pointless. You feel what I'm saying? It's no less mutilation, if that's what the words you want to use, as it is for a woman to have to go through. It's just society has normalized it. You can justify it through religion, because that's why I did. I grew up in a Muslim family, because like my folks, they Madingo, and it's patriarchal. So I grew up in Islam. So as a Muslim, that's what you were supposed to do. So I was practicing Islam heavy when my son was born. So he had all of the rituals that we were supposed to do.
Can I say something?
Went through them. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, cutting extra skin off, right, or the foreskin is completely different from cutting the clitoris.
That's the problem. There's different kinds. It's not all. No, hold on. It's not. See, that's the problem. People, and I listen. I'm just like not qualified to get into it. But what I'm saying is, all circumcision for women is not the same. Now everybody does it like that. Sometimes they just cut the hood part off. Now this is what I've been told. Sometimes it's that, depending on the culture, and sometimes it's actually the hood that covers the clitoris. Sometimes that is what is removed as well. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't want to get ahead of myself. If I can get her to come back and talk about it, it's not, like I said, it's initiate stuff, it's Sunday stuff. So they don't necessarily want to get into it. But if I can convince her to get into it,
that would be dope, Freetown, if you could do that, bro.
Yeah, I'll send her another message, but sometimes, like I said, they're very apprehensive about discussing it. And so I just kind of leave it alone. It's not necessarily even a topic of conversation.
I want to hear what Chef was finna say though.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, it's like barbaric. Like I don't even any culture that still practice that is like they just need to come into modern times. Like is no way I can, from the documentaries that I've seen on it, like that is just so backward. Now, and it's sad that people who get it can be so ingrained in their culture where they can actually defend that. You feel me? Like you can get so ingrained in the backwardness of your culture.
Well, let me ask you this:
Have you spoken to somebody? Mutilation, like, oh man, that's.
Let me ask you this again: Have you talked to somebody who didn't have an issue with it? I think it's a little unfair for you to make that statement without actually talking to somebody. It sounds the same thing as when I remember people going at women who wear niqab or wear hijab, and they're like, "You being forced to wear that," and the woman is like, "Nah, I actually want to wear it myself." You know what I'm saying?
Right, but can it be an issue where your class in society can make you think that is a normalcy to do certain things that's actually a detriment to the people that have to go through it, like, and certain Arab societies, they call blacks, abad for
No,
like slaves.
I know Ab. They call him
Right.
Ab. They call him Ab.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Ab.
It's certain blacks that live amongst Berbers who that's just their class in society. They don't even know that they pose that they are
They're not aware of anything outside of that.
exactly. They don't even know that they're not aware that treatment is wrong. Like they not even looked at as
Okay. That will make that
to be able to even challenge.
I got you. All right, so that's what's up. I understand what you're saying, except all women don't have it. So everybody doesn't go. So everybody doesn't go through it. So they do know that everybody doesn't have it. You understand what I'm saying? So they do know the alternative.
Yeah, I still think that's some old
Listen, if I have a daughter, I never put
Islamic
I'm gonna keep it real with you.
Dominant society.
But it's not. Well, it's not, see, that's what I'm saying. It's not like the Connaughts. They're not Muslims. Those are the Connaught people. They're not Muslims. So, well, not all of them. Most of them are Christians. So no, it has nothing. This is stuff that predates Christianity.
Still backward.
And that's what I'm saying. I get it. I understand what you're saying. But all I'm saying is it's just a societal norm. Again, I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying that it's good, bad.
I know.
I'm not a woman. I can't. I feel horrible even kind of speaking on it. But my only relation to it is to say,
hey, but Freetown, you see how. All right, so you see how the way Sheffrin bristles at even the thought of that female circumcision, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the whatever remarks that I've made in the past that made you bristle, it's only because I'm so candid, because I can guarantee you that a lot of those practices that for you, I guess you could say make sense or
well, not for me, because again, I didn't grow up in African spirituality.
Hold on. No.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Perhaps I chose the wrong word though, but you're a lot more acclimatized to those things than your typical diasporic African like us, right? So we're going to have an immediate visceral reaction because we came up in Western society. That's where our orientation is, right? So when I speak, I'm the type of person who is very, very candid. You know what I'm saying? Like some people like to put on airs, not me. And one of my biggest arguments to Garfield was, as far as West Africa, if you guys want to see it or want people to hold it in esteem, a lot of these elements that we consider regressive, West Africans would have to have these conversations with us head up. You understand? And be open about it. You know what I'm saying? Because like even earlier we were talking about the age of consent in Nigeria. Like for me, like what is that? Well, I don't get it.
Yeah, I that's when I kind of jumped in. I heard a little bit of that, but what I'm saying is, I damn forgot my point. I see what you're saying, but a lot of that stuff is not as normalized as you may think. When I'm telling you, it's like I said, like they say, it's Abraham. I'm gonna just wrap it up and say it's Abraham in the day. African spirituality at night. That's generally how it is. You still have your festivals, you still have your some of your rituals, but they still going to church, they still going to the masjid. So it's not as that stuff is not as prevalent. But the problem is they're not gonna come over here, and that's not how West Africans work. They're not gonna come over here and talk to y'all about it. That's just now. It just doesn't happen like that. You feel me? That y'all will have to go over there or get with a group that's here. That you know what I'm saying, and then you can find out things and you can ask certain questions. But the thing about West Africans is they when it comes to that kind of stuff, it's just not a conversation. You know what I'm saying? It's just, those are like their own little, I don't want to say dark secrets, but just their own secrets. Things like initiations and things of that nature. It's not necessarily it's not for everybody. You know what I mean? And they understand that. You know what I'm saying? It's just not for everybody. And I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying that's just what it is. And I don't think that stories about that stuff is what's turning people away. But I do agree that it should become a, eat the meat, spit out the bones, eat the meat, spit out the bones situation. Like update your stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I can agree with that.
Freetown, I'm gonna tell you unequivocally right now, and I'm sure of this. It is a huge part of the reason why people rebuff West Africa. And I'm probably one of the few people who will be candid enough to just say it just raw like that.
So hold on. So what do you mean? Hold on. When you say people rebuff Africa, you mean off of circumstances and situations that people mostly don't know about is what's keeping you from. So you'll take the clothes. When they talk about the myth of the big black penis, you take that too. But when it comes to something you don't even know nothing about, I can't deal with West Africa. So the millions of Africans, the thousands of Africans who come here under extreme poverty conditions and still get those degrees, go back home. Like you don't want to follow that, but you choose. Like that's what I'm saying. Why do people pick and choose the worst? That make excuses for why they can't get with Africans. When you can be selfish and say, "Listen, I don't give a fuck what y'all do. Let me know how I can get to that bag." Because what Africans do over here, they bust their ass, they work, then they retire and take that pension, and that's just the most basic of it, and go live their life. You know what I'm saying? The best life.
But shouldn't it be
let me tell you why.
It doesn't necessarily help the society at large, but that's how it is. You know what I'm saying?
Let Jalon get in.
Let me tell you why they look at West Africa like that. Because, like, if you just generally search on YouTube, I don't do too much TV, cable like that. I usually go on the websites, try to go to Al Jazeera or BBC, and I'll go through different documentaries or just see what they talking about. And a lot of times when it's coming to Africa, and it's particularly talking about West Africa and Central, their main themes, and this is what I've noticed, because I like to deal a lot with psychology and how media, affects, our perception, way of thinking, different things like that. A lot of this stuff has to do with our cultural emblems, such as the Tchaikovsky system, women brides, witchcraft, female circumcision. You get what I'm saying? So just for the general audience that probably don't really know how to do research or just, generally searching for information that's concerning Africa, particularly West Africa and Central Africa, these are the images that the media, the world stage puts out. So again, it's up to us to start controlling that.
I don't mean to cut you off, but all right. So here's the deal. I once dated.
I'm just telling you what it is.
All right. I don't know. And I agree with you. I get it.
I'm a proud West African. I'm geeky. I'm not confused. You feel me?
People. They take what they want to take, and make and man, it's like you hear what you want to hear, you see what you want to see. Everything that you saying exists over there. In small pockets exist over here.
We know that.
I have ex-girlfriend whose grandmother, not her great-grandmother, her grandmother got married at 14 and had a bunch of children. You understand what I'm saying? Had a husband at 14. Husband was, I think, about 10 years old, older than her. The story they used to tell me when I used to go to their family functions is she hadn't even come on her cycle yet when they got married. So when she did, they didn't have access to pads back then. He would make pads for her out of socks. You understand what I'm saying? So people see, hear what they want to hear, see what they want to see. Every ill in society that exists there exists here, but it's easier to reject that over there than it is to reject that over here. You know what I'm saying? But that's not stopping you from going over there and do, because that's not going to happen to you. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to be forced to have your genitals mutilated. Nobody's going to force you to marry somebody that you don't want to marry, nor or your children when you if you choose to have someday. That's not going to happen, because you will be a part of society, but then out of the African society, but also outside of African society because of what you know. You know what I'm saying? So that shouldn't scare you. If it's about relief from this white man on your back, if we're gonna use that type of language, it's by any means, because the people you think hate your guts, the white man, right? They over there. They don't give a shit about the female genital mutilation. They don't give a fuck about the child brides or what the age of consent is. They don't care. They are migrating over there. They buying land and living their life. Period. Because I'm only using them because that is always the example. Anytime a black person does something, you say, shit, why white people don't do that? Only black people do that. Well, I'm telling you what white people do. If you want to follow suit, I think that you should, any example, maybe follow that example. Because, matter of fact, there's this famous white man from Utah that Sierra Leoneans, a lot of them seem to love. I don't trust him. Look him up. His name is Salom Bobo. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna give you my little accent, you know what I'm saying? But it's Salone Bobo, which is spelled, it's pronounced Bobo, but it's pronounced Bor. Look him up. And you'll see what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? He moved his family from Utah to Sierra Leone. And he talks all, lovely and nice about it and everything, how it's the most beautiful country, blah, 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 blah. All I'm telling you is, whatever life you want to live, if it's about escaping this white man, or is it taming him? Because for real, ultimately what I wanted to say, I know I'm rambling a little bit, is you are not going to get anything from this country that you are not willing to take. So if you want this white man off your back, you have to be willing to pick up that gun and shoot a few white men. But it's not enough of y'all, of African Americans to do that. And not enough African Americans want to do that. People want to live in peace and in harmony here. You know what I'm saying? They're willing to take one over the other. Yeah, you don't have to respect me, blah blah blah. But just let me be able to, stack and be a what do you mean?
I get what you're saying, but that's kind of minimalizing the black experience in America.
I'm not. Listen. Listen.
Dramatically, bro. Like, god damn.
No disrespect.
We just out here just some simps, just.
No. Listen, no disrespect. No disrespect.
God damn, bro.
No disrespect. There are things being done. Don't get it twisted. But what I'm saying is, ultimately, bigger picture is these. While things are getting better, they're not getting better fast enough, because how much progress has there been? Because right now, black people are stagnant, let's say 13% in this country. The population for black people is not necessarily growing, whereas with other minorities, particularly Hispanics, they are overtaking black people. So where is that going to leave black people in a few years? So it's like
we survivors, man. We survived slavery.
So how long are you, whatever survival is, how long are you going to keep surviving? What's the next generation you willing to put through?
Though. You gotta look at it like this, man. I think a lot of people, we don't get enough credit for where we came from. Like, people act like Martin Luther King was like 500 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, it wasn't. You're right.
It ain't been that long. So when you look at where we come from where we've been, I think it's a pretty good leap. I just think that we just don't see it that way, because we want more. We look at what other people got and what we have, but we don't realize that we don't really embrace the experience that we had that led us. Like we finished in 6th place, right? That would be great for anybody else. But we looking like, man, why are we in first and second? But when we overlooking, like, we not jump, like we had to jump like 30 hurdles when nobody else did. So we got to understand that we jumped 30 hurdles. So we're actually okay. And we need to make some adjustments from now. You know what I'm saying?
You don't gotta play by the rules though. That's what I really want to tell y'all. Is tell people, period. Excuse me. I don't want to talk like I'm outside, because I never consider myself better or outside. Anyway, that's why this whole for nonsense, I never consider myself outside. I grew up here. I'm gonna keep it real with you. You know what I'm saying? You can't hear, unless if I start speaking another language or accent, you can't hear that I'm from anywhere but here. So there's a cheat code. You don't have to deal with none of that. You don't have to. What I'm saying is, you don't have to do that. And I'll tell you why. There are other people in other countries who come here as refugees, and they do it all over. And let's not forget, people get money for refugees. But so I'm not saying in mass, people are gonna get up from here and leave. You know what I'm saying? But as an individual, if you decide for you and your family, yo, Slim, I'm not doing this no more. You don't have to. That's the only thing I be telling everybody. Like, Slim, you don't have to do
Yeah, I
this
feel
shit.
that part. Yeah, I feel that.
You don't have to do this. And if you as an individual take you and your family and make that decision, somebody is gonna see what you're doing and they're gonna follow suit.
Yeah,
And
but see, I'm gonna tell you what though, you need more people on the other side that can ease the jump. Like for me, like for me to up and go to LA, it'd be an issue. Now, but if I know some people out there in LA, I can reach out to when I touch down. They can show me the ropes. Like, yo, here you go, here. Yo, holler at my homeboy over here.
And what I want to tell you is so many people over there that got so much love for the people over here. Forget what you hear. I'm telling you. Now, you know what I'm saying? There may be even a minuscule of people who may take advantage of you because I know that's how, you know, our minds work. But there are so many people. There are so many people that imitate, you know, African Americans that want to watch y'all and move like y'all.
Right.
That they are willing to help you get on your feet and do whatever it is you want to do. Because when I'm telling you,
we gotta see it though. You know how it is, bro. Like, you know, you tell us one thing, bro.
Okay, so here I'm telling you, go on the most touristy trip you can go to any West Africa. And I'm not talking about Ghana, year return shit. I'm saying go to a Sierra Leone, go to a Senegal, go to a Gambia, and see it for yourself. Meet the people, talk to the people. They don't want to do nothing but give you information because they know how much what you have to bring is valuable. The smallest, slightest business that you have over here that you think is nothing over here, over there is big. And I'll give you an example. Like opening up a barbering school over there. People get haircuts over there, but they want the American haircuts. I'm just keeping it a buck with you. If an American goes over there and opens up a barbering school, you're going to get money. If an American, matter of fact, I'll give you another example. It's a chick, I won't necessarily say her name. Next time I come over here, I'll give you her name. She's Dominican. You understand what I'm saying? She's from Dominican Republic. You know, that I names up. I said a little bit. The dude who do the battle rap Smack is his ex-girl. She don't deal with him no more. And the only reason I know that because this is my son's uncle. It's like his best friend. The girl's like his best friend. She's in Nigeria with the hair weave, killing it. Mind you, she did link up with a wealthy real estate guy out there. But besides that, her business personally is taking off because she brought what is here in the Western world that they want over there, and they killing it. You know what I'm saying? So the slightest investment in yourself and what you want, you can do. I mean, I'm trying to tell you, imagine opening up even like a chicken spot over there. That sounds crazy, but if you open up a chicken spot over there, you know what I'm saying?
I feel you. The information is solid. I get what you're saying. It's just like, man,
I'm telling you what, my mother, she's applied for her citizenship. Just FYI, I know it's a lot of information, but whatever. Y'all don't know her, but but we're supposed to go back in the summer. If we go back in the summer, when I get back, I'll have more information, more specific information for everybody on every live stream. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't be bullshitting. I don't play. Like there's no reason.
If you got somebody like you that was a bridge, man, shit, that would make it like, you know, or even somebody like how like this bar do trips to Kemet. You know what I'm saying? Do trips taking niggas back to Sierra Leone, bro. Like we need something like that.
Oh, that's
right.
That's some little like Haskell talk about dressing up.
Exactly.
Dress up, you know what I'm saying? Like you got me inspired, nigga. Like I'm like shit, nigga.
Exactly, bro.
I'm feeling like going right now. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like there's plenty there that's sexy.
Indeed.
But do like some trips, like, you feel me? Like you said something like that, like especially to a Garfield channel. Listen, we finna put together something. We finna go back to Sierra Leone. Like we already do that. Like the Gullah Geechee got a return home ceremony. I ain't been.
They just did one. They just did one.
I missed it. I was mad because I missed it. Yeah, but I ain't done one yet. So, but I still want to go though. You know what I mean?
Man, go. It's not exactly like here, But it's like here, it's just people around you, it's poor people, it's rich people. You know what I'm saying? It's life. Is what you know is what you will make it. But if you need the inspiration, you have to dig into a lot of, just to get back to the historical context, a lot of the Arabic sources. You know what I'm saying? Because it's that area was heavily dominated by Islam. There's a lot of Christians there now, but it was heavily dominated by Islam before the Christians moved in. Go through those sources. It'll tell you. You know what I'm saying? The West Africans was kicking ass. They got crushed. You know what I'm saying? At a certain point, and then of course you had the betrayers, the backstabbers. You know what I'm saying? But it's a lot. It's a lot. I know I said it was it's not a lot there, but I was meaning like more like written down and coming from the sources, the direct sources. Because I personally also don't always trust the oral traditions. Always, because there's stories. You know what I'm saying? It's like Mother Goose rhymes. You feel what I'm saying? Like within those Mother Goose rhymes, the morality, the truths are in there, but you got to climb through a bunch of fantastic shit to get to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I look at it like and I feel you on all of that, right? But to take the conversation back 2 steps, right? Because what you was just saying was the best thing that you was talking about. Like how we can take certain things from here over there, and that's an exchange of culture. That's
sorry, I want to cut you off, but anything. This is what I wanted to tell you too. I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off, but about my mind sometimes moves too fast. Anything that the government feels like the country can benefit from, you can get loans for it. If you had a bank write-up, grant write-up plan, you can present it to the government and they'll give you money for it. I forgot to say that. Like, for instance, if you know anybody who boxes or has a boxing gym, and you can put together a small athletic commission, it'll give you the land to build a boxing gym, encourage the youth to come, and they'll sponsor it. Shit like that is happening on the land right there. But go ahead, finish that. I wanted to say that before
So, I mean, yeah, and that's what's up. So taking it back 2 steps, right? Now, when you talk about African Americans, right? Mm-hmm. West Africans can always tell us the bad shit that, we do, why we ain't advancing. You know what I mean? You had touched on that, right? The negative aspect of it. And that's cool. We got to take that, right? But it seemed like when we try to tell y'all about the negativity of y'all culture, you feel me? Y'all try to play it off as something that we just don't understand. Culturally, when we saying, yo, that shit is backwards. You feel me? Like when you was talking about the damn the female
mutilation. I hate to call it mutilation, circumcision. Yeah.
You try to
I keep saying mutilation, like I try to circumcise.
No razors. None of that.
Yeah, you tried to pass it off as something that was just cultural and something that we didn't understand, when it's basic mutilation. That shit is horrible.
The only thing, listen,
there's no justification in the modern world why you would do that.
Here's what I will say. Only thing that I was trying to say is that I can't really speak on it fully. I would rather somebody who actually been through
but
it.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I wasn't justifying
as a human being, as a just basic human decency. Like I can look at something in a culture and say that it's backward.
Right.
Okay. That's cool. So what I'm
in other words,
and you can't just say it's our westernized mind. I get what you're saying, bro.
Right.
It's just backwards, yo.
I look at it like
you don't do that to people.
I look at it like this. I don't know enough to say who is being forced, who isn't. But what I'm saying is, in modern society, where people are here piercing and snipping genitals, face parts, ears, noses, comparatively, I'm like, yo, that's just what they do. I don't have to do it. So why am I sitting here, bashing and killing them if they also have advocates for it?
Hold on, African Americans sell drugs to each other. That's wrong.
But that's different. Selling drugs, that's a little different.
Let her go, freak. Let her go.
Go ahead.
Everybody can see that that is detrimental. It's wrong. You feel me? Like, yo, why would you do that to your own kind? Why would you do that to another human being in the first place? So what I'm saying is, if we got to take that, but it could be a black person. If I had a drug deal on here, they could justify to you why they do it. It don't make it right. You feel me? Like,
see now I don't want to sound like listen, I'm not defending those practices. I don't understand enough for me to outright demean them if there are. I will have to hear both sides.
I don't understand why a drug dealer, I don't know his whole reasoning behind why he would do that. He can have a reason for it.
Right.
You could make it right.
See, addiction. Addiction, playing on somebody's addiction off of for profit is a little bit is there's a different. I don't know if there's a they're the same. I think it's
no. Hold on. Let me jump in right quick. Guys. Let me jump in right quick. All right. So Chef was just using an example. Let me try to use a different analogy, right? All right. So I grew up in Jamaica, right? We used to get beatings in school, right? When we went to high school, the principal, if you got in trouble, you would get caned, right? They'd use a cane and literally beat you with it till your skin is welted. Now, that practice, since I've left Jamaica, it's not done anymore, right? Now, if you were to talk to a Jamaican during the time when I grew up there and going back, they can give you all sorts of cultural understandings for it and
justification.
And you understand what I'm saying? Doesn't change the fact that it's regressive. And what he's telling you is, you could go get 10 people right now who are steeped in that culture that you're talking about, and they'll be able to give you what sounds like completely plausible rationalizations for why this is done. But in reality, it's just regressive.
Got you.
Agreed.
You know? Oh, and you know what? Hey, listen. Then if that's the case, as somebody who grew up in a West African household, I'm saying on the record that you should take it's a take the meat spout the bones approach to African spirituality in 2020. Period. Only reason I even encourage people to go back to African spirituality in the ways of Africa is if it because it's a reflection, a propagation of your own culture. And it's it's not a total abandonment of in disdain, because when you slide somebody else's culture in and push yours out, it makes you look at yourself and others like you like trash. So that's why you have Islamic groups who can kill other Africans, because it's like, well, y'all don't follow a law, so y'all so get the so you worthy of death, shit like that. So what I'm saying is, on a record, if it's deemed regressive, if you're saying it's regressive and I can agree to this regressive, then we're in agreement. Yeah, get rid of it. If there's no societal use for it, that's fine. I'm just saying, I don't like to necessarily speak on shit that I don't necessarily understand myself. I can only give the perspective of somebody who is personally close to me, who I know who went through it, and that's the only thing I wanted to do, was to paint a different picture, because yes, I have a cousin who went through it and who seems perfectly happy with it, just to give an alternate perspective. But I don't want to be a hypocrite, because if I have a daughter, she's not going through that.
And that's what Sheffer, that's what Sheffer is saying. Like, the fact that you don't knock it down is like, to him, you in agreement with it. It's like, you don't need. I'm not. And that's what he wanted you to say. You see what I'm saying? Because like, we don't need no explanation that, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's cultural, like, yo, that shit's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, period.
Get rid of
that. Get rid of that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I got a daughter, yo. I would fuck. Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's certain shit you gotta get rid of. And like even when I watch Moxie sometime, and they show the tribal clans in Africa. I said this before. I said it's a beautiful thing to see it, but to me it's like zoo watching. If we're not willing to say, listen, if you don't get yourself out of this and become scientifically literate and
but here's the thing, though.
Bro, you're gonna get rolled over.
All right. So here's the funny thing. here's why I've heard that before, and I'd be laughing. I'd be like, yo, they do. They come over here, they go to England, and those are your doctors, whether you know it or not. Look at your doctor's face, and you see those marks on his face. He ain't got those. You know why those marks on his face? Because he's been initiated. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So they do. They get right up, and they leave the village. They go to England. They come over here. They go to the private schools. You know what I'm saying? They use the affirmative action however they supposed to, use it. I mean, I have my issues with that a little bit, and they become your doctors. They become your pharmacists. You feel me?
Right.
So
but that's
it's a separation.
Of their culture.
It's a separation of one versus the other. It's like they even know. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. But in that village, he didn't have a choice whether to get his face mutilated. Like that. Oh my God.
That was a cultural norm.
Yeah, like Africa guy.
It's not till he got outside of culture.
Well, I'm gonna keep it real. I definitely don't have issue with facial scars. None of that. That don't really bother me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that either.
It's the same. It's you know what I'm saying? Like people.
Yeah, that's like a tattoo.
Yeah, tattoo. Right. Like I don't have a problem with the facial marks and none of that. I don't have a problem with that.
And all that. I ain't got no problem with that.
I don't have no problem with that.
If it's not forced, I don't have a problem.
I mean. I mean,
over here. Shit.
Yeah, people. Yeah, like, I don't see. It's to an extent. All right, so when you think about it from the American Westernized standard, that most of the time your children want to happen, so you don't have the consent. But all right, so let me ask you this: when little girls, are they being mutilated when they pierce it? Because you're not old enough to say I don't want my ears pierced when little girls get their ears pierced, and it's not mandatory.
Yeah, but we're talking about like a little clip in the ear. That shit grow back. Like,
hold on. What's a little clip in the ear compared to one or two scars on the face that most people don't even notice?
Like I said, I don't have a problem with it. Like I said, if it's not forced, you know what I'm saying? Like if that's tradition, okay, cool.
And what I'm
but like if you're like 16, 17 years old and you got to get marched out there and they got to hold your ass down, that's something different. You know
right.
Like,
because that's the only way that you can advance in that society.
Yeah.
Like, so it's forced mentally. Like, there is a certain initiation that you got to go through to even advance in that society. So you got to get mutilated. Like, yeah. I ain't got time for that, Doug. That's man, people, human beings, we're to the point where we understand, right, that all human life should be looked at as equal. Like, and if you're not there, then you're backward. Like, I don't got time.
But you don't see again. I can't.
Whether it's in China, whether it's in Africa.
I can't unless I'm a part of that society. I can't deem on whatever practices make you equal or unequal because I don't necessarily understand exactly why.
So you never looked at another culture and go like, "Yo, that's fucked up."
Come
on, you don't gotta be in it like.
I just want to admit this. Is what I'm gonna say. Without understanding of why they do it, I try to stay away from just blanket. Because that to me on the low, man, that's white people shit. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, man, that's just human. That's just human.
I know.
Nature,
listen,
bro.
I know what's right and wrong for me. I can't fuck with it. Excuse my language, but you know what I'm saying. Without further understanding, because my thing, what I always say is that shit be happening, then they get right the fuck up and get it popping. So why can I be mad?
Yeah, but it's like. It's just like that. And that's a knock though on the American black though. Like Chef was saying, like if we view something and
like, hey,
unnecessary, they go, we're gonna say, oh, that's that white man thing.
Let me give them an example. I'm King Sosa. How do West Africans look at like I'm in Florida, right? So like damn near 1 in 2 in every 10 cats down here got goals. Like I guarantee you. Most West Africans, especially the older ones, they would see a typical Black American with gold teeth, and you associate certain behaviors with that off the
Oh,
rip.
and listen, those are the stereotypes, and they go both ways. Listen,
What y'all think about
I tell you as a West Side, somebody, with West African parents who grew up in the 80s. I grew up in the, what I'm saying, I'll be 40 this year, who grew up in the 80s, bro. If they seen you with a pager, and mind you, I grew up in the 80s, DC area. You feel what I'm saying? So I had a cousin who came over here. He came over here actually for my first birthday party. He got killed because he was, he was dealing, big weight uptown. He got killed. The minute that you see a pager, a certain haircut, they already make assumptions. But mind you, I'm gonna say this. Most West Africans came over here between 1968 and 1970. You know what I'm saying? So they just fed into whatever the media said. They did, and they just didn't know any better.
What they think about gold teeth?
See, gold teeth. Where I'm from, gold teeth is not a thing. Like I know Chef, he's from Baltimore. That's they thing. Like I grew up on the DC side, so gold teeth wasn't a thing. So I can't really say. But in general, if they see a lot of golds, I can't even. They'll just associate it with with Americanness. They just think that that's just American behavior, like that street culture. That's what it's like it's like a pager. You feel me? Like back in the day, if you had a pager, automatically the assumption was you did drugs. If they didn't know outright that you was a doctor, then you was a drug dealer. You feel me? It was that kind of attitude.
I like a nice grill. I'm just saying. But I'm from Florida.
Yeah, I'm in the South. That's all it's about, them gold grill. Shit.
Yeah, you know what? There's certain areas where it kind of skipped over. Like you don't see that in Philly, you don't see it in DC like that. Maybe now because of hip hop and music, but it kind of skipped over us. Like it was all down south, and then got over here, and then you didn't see it. Then it went to Baltimore, then it skipped over to Philadelphia, and then you go to New York and you see it in New York. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of weird like that.
Yeah, you couldn't come in my mama's house with no gold teeth. Like,
yeah,
yeah, she's an old school Jamaican. Like, she see gold teeth, she sees a waste of a human being. That's just how she sees it.
But that's funny because that's not how it started. My granny was born in 1918 and she had a gold teeth. Like it was more like
my grandma had one too.
Right. And it was kind of like if you could afford a gold tooth, you know what I'm saying? So I just think that kind of perception changed over time.
Yeah, my grandma had it, my auntie, like, damn, my whole family had a crown. Like that's what you wanted, a crown.
Exactly.
But we talking about
a real gold crown.
Yeah.
We talking
but
about
a lot of people I know, like, they don't work for, corporate America or anything like that. That they have them. They're not just in the music industry, but they do their own thing. So they can have tattoos, gold teeth, whatever. That's just embracing that kind of Southern culture.
Sign of freedom.
But I like them.
That's like one of those cultural things, though, from the outside looking in, right? So that's what Freetown kind of saying too. Let's leave the female circumcision thing off the table, but other elements, right? So
don't talk about that no more.
We can't do that, bro.
No, hold on. That's why I said we're gonna put that we're gonna table that.
Hurting me.
Yeah, we're gonna table we're gonna table that thing, right? But the gold teeth, the dreads, right? I've been living in Florida since '95, right? So I understand, and I know that there are progressive people who have the dreads and the gold teeth, and you would swear this man is a dope boy, and no, he's just as progressive as you, going to school and all of that. For somebody from the outside looking in, just coming into the culture, though, it'd be hard for you to imagine. You see somebody looking like that, and you get the clutch in your purse, and you know what I'm saying? So I think there's certain elements of the culture that, like Freetown said, until you really get in there and really touch it and feel it up close, some of it you really can't speak on,
Fact. I mean, I agree. And I definitely get where you were saying, Freetown, about understanding, like, we can have our own judgments, I guess, but you have to assess all the information and know what you're talking about. I'm very familiar with female circumcision. it's very touchy subject because I'm a woman, but it's something I studied when I was really young, introduced by Alice Walker, Possessing the Secret of Joy. One of the first books I read in its entirety. So, and I know that was kind of a skewed perception. So yes, I delved more into the culture, the African traditional systems that it was involved in. So I completely understand. In that cultural framework, I can't say I disagree. But as a woman and as a human, and on the outside looking in, that shit's a no, period. That's all I'm saying. So yes, I understand, but it's like once we get to that understanding and having respect for the culture and having respect for ourselves enough to, determine that these are some things we need to consider that we have to adjust. We can respect the tradition. We have to continue to practice them. They're no longer useful. And I think that's what the point of these conversations are about. The reason why I follow groups like, Pseudo Killers, Real Black Atheists, because the thinking is profound. So those are the things that we are, I guess, coming to grips with, making logical decisions about who and what we are. And again, that is a process of having self-defining agency. Yeah, and that's important. And these discussions are important.
Yeah,
and that's the point.
And like, are we allowed to critique ourselves without being accused of thinking of being a white man?
Correct.
Like, can I just as a human look at that and go, no, I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
then
See,
well, you're anti.
you know what? Real quick, you know
what
what? That's it is a slippery slope. But I think I know. Damn, I'm forgetting the quote. But Frantz Fanon, he had a quote kind of about that. Here's my personal thing. I hope I don't offend anybody, but I be feeling like, yes, you can have your own thoughts, but when it comes to, I always felt like I always feel like sometimes when it came to African American people, especially the non-conscious people, it's almost like, well, who are your master teachers, as they say? Like, who did you learn how what is supposed to be deemed normal, especially if you're moving around in a society where you constantly compromising yourself, and you're being judged on somebody else's standards, because what was normal when your family, arrived here has been destroyed and is no longer normalized. So now in whatever they've pumped into you as what is normal, you kind of, you reinterpret it, and then you kind of give that same energy back. Like I said, is your programming, what is your program? You know what I'm saying? Kind of, that's kind of how I approach it. That's why I'm more or less feel like, let me read a little bit more. Let me find out a little bit more before I, say, well, oh man, you totally kind of wrong for that. It's like, well, I don't agree with it, but I see where you're coming from, more of that approach than being like this kind of turning my face, holding my nose and turning my face, completely away all the time when it comes to everything.
No, I feel you.
But yeah, I agree with you. Like, that's why sometimes in the political sphere, when I hear black people say, well, I'm an independent thinker, but I'm like, but you're repeating, talking points. Like, I don't understand. What do you mean you're independent? Like, you just said what this Republican motherfucker just said. That's not independent thinking.
I said, but I mean, like, look, it's a slippery slope, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, in one hand, you can take it as if we're looking at it from the outside looking in and just trying to give an honest opinion. And then you also look at it like, you know what? You ain't a part of the culture, so you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's hard to gauge whether the person, where the sincerity lies, I guess, sometimes.
I got you.
You know what I mean? So I feel that.
Or I'll just say this before I sign, because I got to get my ass up and get to work in a minute. If anything, I want to be as a bridge between African Americans here and black people, and Africans on the continent, because so much can be done. Like, we better as allies than at each other's throats. We different. That's fine. Like, what I'm saying? I'd be like, like I always say, I be like, man, look at the stark contrast between you and white folks, and that don't keep black people away from them. So why would you, why would I diss my brother? You know what I'm saying? knowing, having some type of historical enlightenment, and knowing what's going on, like, what's at stake. Like, nah, like I'm not, nobody here is here to take advantage of you here. Like, they come here because, for the same economic reasons, what I'm saying, that you stay here, you know what I'm saying? But so we can teach each other, man, like, that there's a better way, man. Like, I don't know, I just don't like to see all of the infighting and, I can appreciate Chef on what he said when he's saying that Africans criticize African Americans, but it doesn't necessarily go the same way. That's what I wanted to say earlier. Here's the difference. Africans come over here. Africans don't necessarily go over there. So sometimes Africans feel like, yo, how are you criticizing this and you don't know what you're talking about? It's usually criticism of a criticism. You know what I'm saying? Like, African Americans will criticize Africans for criticizing, African Americans, which to me is, like Africans personally, I be telling them to shut up all the time too. Don't get it twisted. Like, yo, you don't know what the hell you talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to don't act. My thing with them is, I be like, yo, don't act naive. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because y'all are comfortable white ass kissers, because a lot of them are, don't get it twisted. A lot of them are comfortable white ass kissers. And you don't know the history of what's going on over here, don't mean that you can point fingers at what's, at them. Like, that's disgusting. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, as a person who grew up kind of in the middle, you know what I mean? Like most people who be like, who were like, oh, you don't look African, because they won't know that until I tell them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what typical African features are, but both my parents are African. My mother's a little on a brownish side. That's another thing. When she came over here, she said that too. Like, well, people didn't believe I was African when I came over here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm dark, but I'm not necessarily as dark as somebody from Ghana or from Senegal or something like that. So, I let people talk, and then I tell them, well, hey, listen, I'm African. You know what I'm saying? They go, oh, I couldn't tell. You don't look African, all of that. So, like I said, I get it from both sides. So, I just think we'll be better as assets, man. Like, and it's happening. Listen, man, it's plenty.
Look, the information you get was good, though. Like, as far as Sierra Leone, like, you know what I mean? Like, you could be that bridge, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I would like to.
Since you said about the barbershop, I was like, you know what? That shit makes sense.
Man,
you know what I'm saying? I'm
talking about the simplest stuff. Like, I hate to harp on it, but I'm talking about the simplest stuff, man. Like, it's
they want that. They want that. Like, they see that. They see the rappers. They want an American swag, kind of. That might not be available over there. Just, I get it.
Listen,
I get it.
Yes. Listen, rather than them get it from YouTube, if you're over there, you like a swag coach. I mean, this sounds horrible. It sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel you.
What I'm telling you is, people will pay you for that. You think it's a joke?
No, because it's supply and demand. Ain't too many people over there like offering.
Period. Okay, I'll give you another example. I'll give you a real quick example, then I got to roll. All right, there's a Nigerian guy over there right now, because Lungi Airport is not connected to the mainland. You have to take a ferry from the airport to the mainland.
Yeah.
There's a guy, he's from Nigeria. He has a small, I think it's less than 10 passenger boat. He charges people $40. He doesn't charge them Leones, $40 a trip to go back and forth. That dude is cleaning up. I'm telling you, he's cleaning up. And there's not like a lot of regulation. What I'm telling you is, if you get a boat shipped over there and you see a bunch of people, they don't even give a shit about your training or if you're qualified. You say, I got life vests, give me $40 and I'll get you to the airport. You're in business. It's that simple.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying? So whatever hustling energy you have over here, if you take it over there, you can get to the money and live whatever life you want to live. That's the only thing I tell anybody. I'm like, yo, man, you can get it. Period, man. You can get it. But man, it was nice.
If I show up in Sierra Leone, you see me out there, hey.
That's what's up.
Put me up on game.
That's what's up. That's what's up, brother. I'm all for it, man. I want to see more people out there, man. Just so it's less fear, less animosity. It's like, man, let's get this money together, man. Get out, you know what I'm saying? And push these crackers up out of here, man. Like, they don't mean us no good, man. A positive influence. But yeah, hey, it was good building with everybody, man. Nice talking to everybody, but it's time for me to get my shit together and go to work.
For sure, man.
All
All
right,
right, to
so,
Juju, good speaking to you. Juju, you need to jump on the
Y'all be
Panama,
easy.
Juju.
hey Haskell, I don't know where you're gonna be March 28th, but Baba Small's gonna be in Orlando. You should come out, ask him some hard questions.
Haskell done dipped out. Bubba said he gonna be in Orlando.
Yeah,
Professor Small.
Orlando, March 28th.
I like
Everybody
Jay.
dip.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
peace,
You just jump on
peace.
the Panama so you can chop it up, man. You gotta jump on the Panama, man. Express
Yes,
yourself.
sometimes I don't be wanting to say nothing. I just be listening, you know.
You need you need that balance, man. You need that somebody jumping to go, hey, look, hold on. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
because that's how I be. I be like, what? Y'all is off the train right now. That's really how I be. That's why I have to bring in that Blackology back, put some respect on Africa. But it's all good. We have to, be progressive thinkers.
Yeah,
But
for
peace,
sure.
God. I'll holler at y'all.
All right, Juju.
All right.